Mouthwash! Got a rotten, neglected face hole absolutely riddled with cavities? Mama always told you to brush. Your dentist wasted years of their life teaching you how to floss in all those hard-to-see places. But what do they know anyway? It's hard to see, so why should you have to go looking for it? Why waste precious preening time on the hard work of dental care and maintenance when we both know what you really need to make it all feel better? Get that tingly, burning sensation of cleanliness. No hassle, no effort, and absolutely no responsibility. After all, no one wants to spend their precious corporate-mandated energy allowance on prevention, or God forbid, getting to the root of an ever-escalating abscess. Ew, just go away. Why use 100% of your effort when mouthwash gets 99.9% of the job done? That's right, 99.9%. Basically good enough. So go on, maintain appearances, feign freshness, and always remember, that last 0.1%, it's just not your problem. Mouthwashing is not a game about mouthwash, but it is a game about that 0.1%, the sliver of harm or decay that cannot be rinsed away or sanitized. In mouthwashing, that little fragment is not the final bacterial clump that clings to enamel in the wake of its antiseptic attack, but rather a person. Which character is represented by that 0.1% is rather interchangeable depending on how you frame the story, but what remains consistent is that nothing you do can salve, purify, or heal that remnant, no matter how many times you might try to rinse it away. That is because you play as two characters who treat deep, systemic decay with mouthwash. The Tulpar is a space freighter embarking on a long-haul flight across the galaxy with a crew of 5, delivering ungodly amounts of subpar mouthwash for the company Pony Express. The crew consists of Anya, the ship's nurse, Daisuke, the young, enthusiastic intern under the wing of Swansea, the seasoned, grumpy mechanic, Jimmy, the co-pilot, and finally, the ship's captain, Curly. The events of the game are presented to players out of order, but they all seem to centre around an inciting incident, initially presented to us as the intentional crashing of the Tulpar into an asteroid. In fact, this is how the game begins, with the words 0 days before the crash plastered across the screen, and with only one thing for our character to do: to steer right, directly into the path of a clearly forewarned orbital body. The character, in fact, must get out of his chair, retrieve an override key, and reaffirm this decision to steer into the asteroid a second time as autopilot attempts to take over. The who and why is not clear at first, only the intention, and that every chapter from here onward revolves around this crash. X days before the crash, X days after the crash, and the ominous X hours before judgment. This would be about as good a time as any to let you know that the core instruments Mouthwashing uses in its storytelling are deception and diversion, and yes, as you may have guessed by my mentioning of the two characters we play as, this is done through unreliable narrators. The two shaky perspectives we have to work with are our pilot and co-pilot respectively, Curly and Jimmy. Everything we experience throughout the game is through their eyes and actions, and the real inciting incident for the game's events is never shown on screen, only alluded to in various stages, making for a very fragmented, cloudy and emotionally harrowing experience as puzzle pieces slowly slide into place over time, making a clearer picture, however still painted over and obscured in places by the unavoidable filter of these limited individual experiences. To make matters even murkier, Curly is catastrophically wounded during the crash, unable to share his perspective or thoughts in the scenes that unfold after that point, and leaving Jimmy as the new captain. Despite not being clearly shown who took down the ship, the post-crash scenes contain multiple conversations between Captain Jimmy and his crew, in which he implies he witnessed Curly crashing the ship, before banding together with the others to pull him out of the cockpit, badly injured as a result of his actions, but unsuccessful in taking everyone down with him. Instead, with the Tulpa thrown off course and badly damaged, and the imminent threat of eventual starvation, the crew are stuck trying to survive and make sense of why their voiceless ex-captain would make such a devastating decision to end all of their lives. This creates a multitude of questions for the player, of course, but the prevailing one is definitely a desire to piece together why Curly would do such a thing, making ship exploration and getting to know the crewmates feel like the natural next step towards figuring that out. There are also tasks to be done in the course of attempting to survive, which encourages communication and exploration as well. Of course, we are doing all of this as Jimmy, who at first struck me as irreverent and cold, but who begins to show something far more sinister as the game unfolds. I look at Curly and Jimmy, the equal parts immense tension and brotherly closeness they seem to share, and the strangely unsettling sense of mystery that pulsates at the core of the horrifying crash that may have doomed them all without clear reason, and I think it's fair to say that Mouthwashing has certainly taught the player where to look. To scrutinise motives and intent, to find the villain and perhaps get the opportunity to be the hero. It starts by keeping our attention firmly placed on men who are afforded explanation and handed the central roles of authority in the story, through which we will perceive all things. In doing so, a different kind of harm is quietly displaced and kept from our view, a harm that festers without the overt evidence of catastrophic injury or explosive destruction, and one we are never allowed to witness directly. The crash feels like a rather neutral point from which all else flows in and out. The game itself begs us to think this way with its chapter structuring, but what is hidden is its true function, a tool to teach the player to look away from something else.
Hey
Something important and pressing.
you!
Hidden in plain sight and becoming smothered by the
You. Yes, I'm talking to you. You're not thinking about that, are you? That's not very productive now, is it? Remember, time is best spent delivering, not dwelling. Here at Pony Express, we pride ourselves on punctuality, teamwork, and maintaining a positive onboard environment. We don't pay you to get distracted by things that are hard to quantify, difficult to verify, or let's be honest, outside your pay grade. Company-mandated break minutes should be used for rest and thinking about that next task. Why spend it looking at uncomfortable details when there's work to be planned and acceptable levels of rest to be enjoyed? Systems to maintain, morale to preserve. Some things don't need investigating. They just need to be handled quietly, internally, by someone else. So, take a breath and rinse. Get back to what really matters. Further unauthorized attention shifting will be docked from your credits. Giddy up, Galaxy!
Exploring the ship after the fallout of the crash, my attention was quickly taken by these posters, the pony mascot, and the slow ignition of a question. Why does this situation feel so hopeless? Without context, the crash having been non-lethal and the fact there is at least some food on board, around 4 months' worth that Jimmy notes could be rationed to extend a little further, you might initially be left feeling that the most pressing matter seems to be Curly's severe state. With no clean bandages left to redress his wounds and painkillers rapidly depleting just 2 months into the crash, it's reasonable to feel that Curly's possible infection or death would come far sooner than starvation while awaiting rescue. One might imagine that crashing a company ship would yield the greatest chance of being found. Of course, it could take a long time given the length of their travel thus far, but I conjured quite hopeful images of emergency measures and plans that such a corporation would surely have put in place for this. The posters dotted around the ship speak of proper preparation and safety, punctual delivery suggesting the importance of their cargo, the value of teamwork and rest for their employees' well-being. This surface-level hope that Pony Express would be responsible, take action and have a plan in place for such a dire situation are quickly crushed by simply reading beyond the first lines of these posters. Proper preparation prevents accidents, warps injury into a strictly personal failure or negligence, made uncomfortably overt by the comically villainous threat of docking medical costs from personal credits. This discourages harm from being acknowledged or addressed at all. After all, this makes it clear that it simply shouldn't happen, and so if it does, it may as well not exist. Punctual delivery is our pride and promise seems reasonable on the surface. They are a delivery company after all, but it becomes more telling when focusing in on no matter where you are. This, along with another threat of docking personal credits, shows where Pony Express priorities truly lie. Cargo and schedules are elevated far above circumstances or crisis, with no room for individual explanation or context, only punishment for failure, regardless of the cause. The poster essentially rationing and policing rest is even more shameless. The suggestion that sleep is something to be earned, minimally satisfied and never indulged in really hammers home the message. A Pony Express worker cannot be human, cannot be exhausted or ill, and that natural functions can and will be mutated into accusations of personal failure and mismanagement that must be paid for, literally. The final poster I wanted to examine, perhaps the most insidious and damning of all, is on the topic of teamwork. By being vague here as they combine HR complaints with poor team synergy, Pony Express is surreptitiously trying to equate any individual issue that might prompt a notice to human resources as a team failing that should be able to be remedied internally without making any noise. The threat of collective punishment frames keeping silent or pushing through as being the true, unselfish, noble act, and speaking up as the act of harming not only yourself, but taking everyone down with you. Together, these messages immediately feed us a strong understanding of the system that runs this ship. It is one that does not attempt to prevent or remedy harm and crisis so much as assign the cost downwards and away from what it actually wants to protect. The crew all exist under this flawed, corporate-centered system that literally prioritizes the erasure of the individual and the human, promising a flawless, well-oiled machine if everyone just acts exactly as instructed, without putting measures in place for what might happen if they don't or can't. Pony Express is the umbrella under which a situation like the Tulpar crash is bordering on inevitable. It's a system doomed to fail on the basis of human error and fallibility alone, punishing its employees as a collective entity when a cog jams and fails, even if they were the ones rationing the oil can in the first place or who installed a faulty part. For the crew, this means their environment is built on a foundation maintained by their ability to endure, conceal, and erase. Mouthwash without brushing. The posters do not work alone in communicating this focus on concealment, endurance, and erasure. Pony Express do not even disclose the purpose or contents of shipments to their employees, forbidding entry into the cargo hold. 2 months after the crash, Jimmy finds the code scanner needed to gain entry into the hold, and the crew decide to face whatever punishment might befall them by seeing what's inside. of course with the hope that they might have been transporting something that could aid in their survival. Surely the enormous haul they had been diligently moving across space for the better part of a year would contain something worthwhile, something worth the strict conditions and lengthy travel. Food, medical supplies, water, parts that could be used to fix the ship. Well, it doesn't show you right away. Instead, Jimmy is transported to one of multiple aptly named bizarro sequences that jarringly cut in at several points during mouthwashing, signifying something like a break in reality, extreme mental distress, and a way to convey something hidden or psychological that wouldn't otherwise be visible to the player. These sequences are the game forcibly surfacing what the system of concealment and distraction suppresses. During many of these sequences, the insidious disregard and negligence that Pony Express is engaging in becomes a more powerful undertone that rumbles violently beneath Mouthwashing's skin, imploring you to notice while continuing to bury it. The sequence before the cargo reveal demands this attention by walking Jimmy through a liminal, uncanny version of the hold. Feeling rather small now between towering walls of the boxed-up mystery shipment, a television independently flickers on to static. On a first playthrough, the clips shown may seem random, a selection designed to build a sense of dread or intrigue. But when breaking down their escalation and the mounting unease they create, it's clear that these are curated and deliberate. It starts with Going Places, a pro-industry 1948 short promoting forward motion, profits, and worker benefits. Here, the clip is haunted by the deceptive nature of the posters that precede it, as well as the current situation of total immobility, helplessness, and negative reinforcement that the crew find themselves in. The crash renders the clip as absurd and detached in a situation where motion is impossible. This moves into a NASA recreation of a black hole devouring a star, violently expanding the scale to something cosmic and uncontrollable. Progress invites a forceful and inescapable consumption. Black holes don't allow light to escape, rendering them in effect invisible. They can only be identified when their strong gravitational pull engulfs something like this. Once pulled in, we can only see the intense radiation from what has already begun to be devoured. This shift reinforces not only the absurd feeling of the prior clip's optimism, but makes it feel terrifyingly fragile, dwarfed and consumed by systems far larger than the individuals they recruit. Next is a clip from 1953's A is for Atom, which snaps us back again to corporate indoctrination. Though the clip shows only a small portion of the entire film, the full piece is essentially an attempt to soften public perception of nuclear power, something that at the time incited fear in the wake of the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and in the midst of the nuclear arms race between the US and USSR. Nuclear power capable of utter annihilation is reframed as something friendly, progressive, and not to be feared.
Truly, the superpower which man has released from within the atom's heart is not one, but many giants. One is the warrior, the destroyer. Another is the engineer, seeking to provide vast quantities of energy to run the world's machines. Another is the farmer, helping to better feed tomorrow's world.
This chirpy, empowering pedagogical veneer is shattered abruptly by slaughterhouse footage. It's difficult not to feel the punch of this transition into something so overt that it requires no voiceover or charming explanation. Here, industry is stripped to its most raw form. Life, bodies reduced to product through a routine, mechanized death. Interestingly, we are only shown the final product, hanging sheets of flesh. All that's left is what is considered of use, and the lives that were once lined up and forced down these now empty funnels are left out of sight and unconfronted. Perhaps the clearest in its messaging is the next clip from 1948's Make Mine Freedom, which explicitly adds the layer of ideology to the mix. A sleazy salesman attempts to seduce workers with a magical cure-all labelled ism, with the small sacrifice of surrendering autonomy for the promise of security. Another clear mirror of the Pony Express posters, which market protection while displacing responsibility. A sign of the times, ism here is alluding to communism, warning against promises of security and certainty that, while alluring, it suggests will in fact lead to the loss of individual freedom and the centering of authority and compliance. The irony here is found in the very structure we find the crew in, where corporate power actively engages in the coercion, silencing and erasure of individuality its system claims to oppose. Not because these systems are identical, but because the cartoon's warnings resurface under a different label. Finally, 1898's The Merry Skeleton is shown, one of cinema's earliest and most well-recognised illusions. Its purpose is simple: to end these clips on an unsettling image that turns mortality into something humorous and absurd. The skeleton dances joyfully, falling to pieces but returning to itself magically again and again. This could be looked at in many ways, but after the previous clips, it creates a feeling of trivialization or even mockery given the situation that the crew are in. The Cold War-era cartoons are designed to persuade through charm and words, the gift of the gab. However, the black hole, slaughterhouse, and skeleton clips are all presented without speech. The black hole is accompanied by grand music, the slaughterhouse by harsh ambient noise, and the merry skeleton by eerie silence. They speak for themselves, but they also mirror the crew in relation to the system they operate in. The nothingness, the voicelessness, the finality of death and rot feels louder than the charming voices of the past that beg us to be reassured in a world that feels hopeless. These clips do not attempt to push us forward, but rather meet the crew where they are, in the midst of a cosmic power beyond their control, at the precipice of death. And for what? Mouthwash. The discovery that they have been hauling mouthwash for all this time is enough to cause understandable distress, disbelief, and anger amongst the crew. To add insult to injury, Anya notes its ostensible uselessness even as a disinfectant due to the high sugar content. There doesn't seem to be much to do with the endless boxes until Swansea realises it contains 14% ethanol. With Anya nervously shivering, Daisuke confused as to why this caught Swansea's attention, and Jimmy staying silent, Swansea begins to neck a bottle.
Whoa there, bucko, let's rein it in. I think it's high time you had a little refresher on the Pony Express Certified Safe Ingestion Instructions. Dragon Breath X mouthwash is not for ingestion. We know our products taste so acceptable that you might just feel, I have to pour this down my gullet. But always consult your local dental hygiene specialist before and after every use. Dragon Breath does not accept responsibility for any harm caused by this product. Now your face hole is fire fresh, let's remember what you can swallow. You can trust our nutrition pouches to keep your calories stable and hydration livable. Water sack, it's safe for consumption. Gelatin clump, now with optimal mouthfeel. Remember to chew thoroughly before swallowing. Tonic, spice up the bland. Enjoyed best in moderation. We will not be held liable for loss of vision or kidney failure in the event of overindulgence. Now, Captain, this part is for your eyes only. We can't forget the restricted section. We trust you to keep it under control. In the event of your trip's chosen morale-boosting activity, such as your Pony Express provided single-use communal birthday party, we provide you Sweetener. It's almost similar to the real thing. Celebration may be prohibited subject to performance results. And hey, if it's party time, you need our multicultural, multi-occasion celebration cake mix. 1 per hall, communal birthdays encouraged. Just remember, no more than 2 slices. Pony Express is not liable for any personal injury or sickness resulting in failure to adhere to company guidelines. Don't be daft. If we told you not to do that, it really isn't our fault. It's yours.
Evidence of Pony Express being the kind of corporation that fails to inspire hope or reassurance during crisis is rife all over the Tulpar. The statue of their horse mascot, Polly, blares baseless platitudes about safety, positivity, and worker satisfaction, while everything else around it counters every word.
Polly says, I love working on Tulpar. It means I have a lot of friends. It also means I have responsibilities. Always remember to log your hours. Yay! Polly says, another day in paradise. Yay! Polly says, Mondays are the worst, but coworkers can make it better. Yay!
We have established this system is designed to conceal harm and shift responsibility, so what does this mean for our band of 5? Every system has its hierarchies and roles, and the Tulpar is no different. Daisuke, a last-minute add-on to the group, youngest and least experienced of them all, naturally settles into the role of the compliant optimist. This guy is just happy to be here, full of enthusiasm and whimsy, and at times establishes himself as rather detached and oblivious to life's hardships. Anya notes that during his psychological evaluation, he described his experience as an intern thus far as awesome, super cool, and totally awesome, really awesome, to which she wonders if she should be worried. As Swansea gleefully begins to guzzle the mouthwash, his exaggerated manic laughs at odds with what is clearly his accepting that they are all going to die, simply confuses Daisuke, who does not yet grasp that hope is lost. These two really go hand in hand as being mirrors of one another, but also depictions of a dedicated worker at 2 very different stages under a company that crushes you. Daisuke is eager, adaptable, emotionally sincere, and unburdened by the long-term exposure to the system that has made Swansea cynical and bitter. He is trusting and cooperative, believing in the mission and the structure he has been placed into, showing a deep appreciation for Swansea's skills, as well as understanding towards his snarky comments and grumpiness, recognizing they are born from a frustration towards having to train and be responsible for someone so unqualified for an entire year. Ship maintenance and tech is a dangerous job. There are multiple ways to be injured when working on such a vessel, with one of our earliest introductions to Daisuke's character showing him stuck in emergency foam after not correctly following Swansea's instructions. We also learn of a badly damaged vent that was a death trap even before the crash, the ship showing its age and issues. Since we now firmly understand how Pony Express punishes injury and accidents, it makes sense that Daisuke's inexperience is forced into burden territory, particularly to Swansea, rather than being a natural part of the learning process. Swansea, a veteran worker, contrasts Daisuke's optimism by being the realist. He is someone who has experienced enough of Pony Express to know better than to trust them or feel hope. He understands and sees the small print of the posters, but pushes on anyway. Swansea is incredibly skilled at his job, which earns him a degree of authority in the crew. His strict and unwavering warnings about trying to enter the utility room after the crash are listened to and followed in the first few months, despite curiosity about trying to break through the foam that blocks the door. Pre-crash, during Daisuke's foam entrapment, Curly even trusts Swansea with a restricted tool, the axe, despite his sardonic insinuation that he was going to use it on Daisuke for being so irritating. He takes his job seriously, as seen in his repeated warnings about the damaged vent. He understands the danger and does not want to risk Daisuke's death by allowing him to fix it, even if he is more likely to be able to fit in there when compared to Swansea. We learn after the mouthwash reveal that he is breaking 15 years of sobriety by drinking it, describing it gleefully as a glorious, magnificent, red-hot cyst finally bursting, suggesting staying sober has been immensely difficult for him, to say the least. Now, Curly is something of an enigma during the post-crash scenes since he cannot communicate, though there is much we can speculate about him through how the crew members interact with or speak of him. The discourse surrounding Curly pulls other relationship dynamics to the fore as well. Swansea and Daisuke seem to have very little to do with him at all after the crash, though Swansea still refers to him as Captain, and doesn't seem to take Jimmy stepping into that role very seriously at all, referring to him as Capitano or Jimbo, a sign that he still respects Curly's position and looks down on Jimmy's attempts to fill his shoes. Anya and Jimmy are most closely entwined with Curly post-crash, with Anya having dressed his wounds, changing the bandages diligently until they ran out. She struggles to feed him painkillers since his physical state has left him unable to take them independently, meaning it seems they must be pushed down his throat, which she says hurts him so much that she can't stand the noise. After asking Jimmy if he can help her by taking over painkiller duty, she even prompts him not to leave it too long, lamenting that he really suffers without them. She seems to struggle the most with accepting what Curly has done, asking Jimmy why he thinks he crashed the ship, and saying she has to believe our worst moments don't make us monsters. Conversely, Jimmy meets Anya's empathy for Curly and willingness to care for and understand him despite what he did, with a notable hostility and disregard. To him, it doesn't matter why he crashed the ship. He is offended when others still refer to Curly as Captain and views the ongoing management of his pain as a waste. After all, he tried to murder the entire crew. Of all the crew members, Jimmy is the most outwardly dismissive and unsympathetic towards Curly in these early post-crash scenes, which is especially interesting when we experience more of their dynamic in the pre-crash ones. During the chapter that occurs 7 days before the crash, we get to see all of the broad strokes of Curly's general character as he has interactions with all the crew members and deals with several issues a captain might face. It opens during his routine psychological evaluation with Anya, to which he apologizes to her for having spaced out due to lack of sleep. When asked if he passed the evaluation, Anya seems a little defeated as she points out that he gave all the same answers as before, rather than being fully open. She reminds him that the evaluations aren't just for his well-being. In a display of what seems to have been quite a playful, friendly relationship between the two of them, Curly assures Anya that all is well as long as he is fit to fly in her eyes. She notes that there is just one evaluation left to do. Curly seems to notice her discomfort at the thought of what he correctly guesses to be Jimmy's turn, before Anya expresses dread at having to deal with Jimmy's lack of seriousness and respect during evaluations, acting as if she does it for fun. As an example, Anya remembers him making her report that he has been sexually excited at the sight of cartoon horses. Curly laughs at the ridiculousness of the thought before immediately offering to take the ordeal off her hands and do the evaluation for her. This is where we find out that Curly has a history with Jimmy, as he says that he has known him for a long time and therefore would not try any BS with him. He reaffirms that his taking of the task is not an issue because he is the captain, inferring his belief that he is responsible for keeping things running properly, even if that means he will sometimes have to engage in tasks that are not usually part of his routine. This moment is an interesting role reversal of the post-crash painkiller responsibility that Anya asks Jimmy to help her with, but we'll put a pin in that for later. Curly then goes to help Swansea in releasing Daisuke from his foam prison, entrusting the axe to Swansea as mentioned, which illustrates the sort of trusting, cooperative relationship between them, especially given that his decision to let him hang on to it came from Swansea's irritation at always having to ask permission just to use a tool he needs and should be qualified to handle. Playing as Curly pre-crash feels strange at first. I started to understand Anya's struggle to accept what he had done and her clear holding on to fondness for him. Curly seems to be the stabilizing authority in the group. He appears structured, reasonable, calm, and perceptive when issues arise. His thoughts when interacting with objects seem to humanize the crew in a way that was quite absent from Jimmy's parts. For example, his thought when looking at the game board about Anya and Daisuke's enthusiasm during game nights, Daisuke's impossible luck driving her crazy, or on checking this locker, seeing that he refers to Swansea as Big Swans, painting a picture of them as people for whom he has warmth and sees as individuals in a way that the system they operate in does not. This psychological evaluation was just 1 week before he crashed the ship. It felt really unnerving to imagine the unseen here. What could drive a captain towards wiping out himself and his entire crew? Curly moves forward, staying true to his word to conduct Jimmy's evaluation. Following him to the cockpit, he Following him to the cockpit, he Following him to the cockpit, he Following him to the cockpit, Curly begins Jimmy's evaluation. We learn a lot about our two leading men here, so I felt it was the right middle point to transition from one into the other, with a little mingling in between. You see, these two are something like fates intertwined, where Daisuke and Swansea represent two workers at different stages under an oppressive company. Curly and Jimmy appear during this conversation to represent opposing struggles and opposing wishes, actively clashing. They are friends, presumably of a similar age, one struggling to enjoy the success they have climbed and climbed for, while the other gazes up hungrily from below, struggling to grip on to something better. Curly, the captain, begins to open up to his old friend that now he's at the top, Rather than feeling satisfied, he is eaten by a sense of dread that perhaps this isn't what he wanted after all.
Am I figured out? Is this all I'll ever be?
Jimmy has noticed Curly's unease as the conversation grows from his own observation.
How come it always seems like you're standing on the edge of a bridge with your feet in cement?
Illustrating his perceptiveness of Curly's emotions and his comfort with asking him about them point blank. This highlights their relationship as distinct from the others, where Anya, for example, noticed Curly's hesitance towards opening up without probing further. Jimmy is not only tuned into it, but also has the sort of relationship with him where this blunt, raw honesty is normal. Where Curly might be inclined to protect the other crew members from his more personal questions about the job, perhaps not wanting to create a sense of instability among those he needs to lead, he doesn't seem to hold Jimmy in the same space. This feels like a friend-to-friend moment. Curly is not speaking to Jimmy as a colleague under him, but as an equal, also evidenced by his invitation to chat off the record. This makes the history between these two stark and heavy, particularly as the conversation pivots quite rapidly from Curly's vulnerability into Jimmy's. Curly is having an existential moment here that would be difficult to share, especially as captain of the ship. He openly shares the questions that have been driving his unsure state, wondering if he should stay as he is or risk something new, even if he has to start from that bottom rung again. So there are a few interactions Jimmy has that I think illustrate his character very well early on in the game, but some of the details could equally be missed on a first playthrough. His response to Curly's vulnerability here is an extremely important one that slots into that category of easily missed. He acknowledges Curly's dilemma using the ladder analogy, but rather than furthering exploration of what Curly might need or want to help his moment of existential crisis, Jimmy pivots his surface-level understanding into a personal comparison.
So now you're thinking you might be on the wrong ladder altogether. Still a long way down from the top, no matter how you look at it. Well, I'm still climbing and climbing.
This almost feels like two different conversations. Curly was attempting to share something human to human, only for Jimmy to rather seamlessly drag it back into the corporate system again, one where those closer to the top benefit the most, while ones beneath are stripped of autonomy and power, with no room for nuance of personal needs, wants, and differences. Curly attempts to step outside of that system together with Jimmy. He moves towards vulnerability, questions the structure itself through his own identity struggles. Conversely, Jimmy reasserts hierarchy and their vertical positioning, exposing his own dissatisfaction and hunger while subtly communicating resentment and, most importantly, envy. Curly seems equally as tuned into Jimmy's emotions as this prompts a sudden reassurance.
Hey, you know I believe in you. Here, on Earth, doesn't matter.
Curly is acknowledging the system Jimmy has pulled their conversation back into here, and rather empathetically extends a hand to him, reminding him that whatever system they might be in, whether in a long haul under Pony Express or as friends back at home, he supports him either way. He's sort of telling Jimmy what he might have liked to hear himself after his moment of vulnerability. This isn't the first example of this happening either, where Jimmy receives reassurance and praise in the midst of someone else's crisis or need. To return to that role reversal moment I touched on earlier, where instead of Curly helping Anya with Jimmy's evaluation, Jimmy is being asked to support Anya with Curly's medication. Jimmy's response to Anya's distress over medicating Curly was one of my first proper alarm bell moments.
You did make it through nursing school, right? Pony Express sure does know how to cut corners, if nothing else.
Let's just get this straight. This is not a failure of skill or knowledge on Anya's part. She knows how to treat Curly. She is capable. That much is abundantly clear given this man without a shred of skin on his body is still alive after months. Her struggle is the discomfort and distress of forcing Curly to endure pain when he does not even have the means to tell her to stop. Jimmy's inability or unwillingness to recognize that Anya's humanity, her empathy, is what makes this part an understandable struggle, further exposes an unnerving parallel that Jimmy seems to share with the system he is operating under, displacing blame and villainizing parts of the human experience that he perceives as weak, bothersome, or unnecessary. Just as he disregards Curly's very human existentialism and career dissatisfaction, turning it into a moment of hierarchy and self-pity, he meets Anya's empathy and distress with a critique of her ability to carry out her corporate function. Even more telling is that Anya does not respond to this clearly unprofessional, rude, and cruel remark that totally undermines her. Instead, she immediately begins to make herself useful, providing guidance on where to find the code scanner, and even going so far as to stroke Jimmy's ego, telling him she knows he will figure it out since he is just so capable. This then transitions into her asking if Jimmy would mind helping her by giving Curly his painkillers. Now, this interaction genuinely struck horror into me at the time. I had been fortunate enough to avoid any major spoilers for this game, and so the many thumbnails I had seen plastered with Curly's bandaged up face and creepy eye had left me with the impression that he was probably going to be some kind of infected, monstrous crew member tormenting the ship. This moment between Anya and Jimmy was my realization that this game was doing something else, because it was something I recognized. Anya is fawning. She does not correct Jimmy's blatant mischaracterization of her abilities. She prefaces sharing a need with flattery and helpfulness. She stutters and looks away as she tries to find the right words. Understandably, as when she does misspeak by referring to Curly as captain, Jimmy immediately corrects her, with which she complies in order to just finish her sentence. Then, rather than acknowledge her question, Jimmy's priority is ensuring Anya really feels her mistake by saying,
People have to be worth their titles. Don't you think, Nurse Anya?
On the surface, this looks to be a jab at Curly, but I think the purpose of a question like this is so that Jimmy can also devalue Anya completely and put her in a position of worthlessness too. He just made his feelings about her qualifications to be a nurse very clear, and so it's more about what this sentence suggests rather than what he explicitly says. He calls her Nurse Anya, but the quiet part is what has already been said. He invokes the name, but in doing so undermines her right to it. He frames her need for help to perform her duties as a piece of evidence to support his disdain, rather than an understandable call for support in a highly unusual situation. Jimmy must dismantle her like this so that he can re-establish his sense of control before he accepts her request to help. Essentially, Jimmy demonstrates a desire to always feel a sense of power, control, or authority. I mean, when Curly asks him a friendly question after the evaluation, a simple, "How are things otherwise?" Jimmy's response says it all.
I like it. We're in control here.
We're in control. It isn't that life running the Tulpar is structured, manageable, fulfilling. He specifically likes being in control. Curly seems to suggest that on Earth, Jimmy had some undefined struggles, which further strengthens an emerging feeling that Jimmy enjoys an appointed, clearly defined role of power, one that is much more difficult to seamlessly indulge in outside of a system like this. If you try to seize control back in the real world, back on Earth, it's likely you will be met with resistance. If you indulge in the power that is appointed to you, however, especially in a system that rewards compliance and erasure of individuality, it's easier to use the system as a justification for your actions. If Jimmy is put into a position where he feels this power or authority falters or lacks, he is compelled to do something to make up for it. Whether it's making Curly feel he should be the one doing the reassuring, or whether it's reminding Anya that he is above her and her trivial issues. Empathy in this moment would place them on an equal footing rather than reinforce his authority, and equality is not where Jimmy seems most at ease. His language and treatment place Anya, her humanity, her emotions, her work, as utterly beneath him, and so he needs something in return to justify doing it. In this case, that's using this moment to prop himself up on both her and Curly, treating them horribly but walking away with a sense of having justified himself as the heroic captain. Through these early, subtle displays of Jimmy's personality, he flags himself as a volatile component that might disrupt the machine. But when looking at him within the context of the system at large, a troubling thought begins to emerge. He becomes something closer to a mouthpiece for the parts of the system that are most incompatible with the human experience. Having now reached the top, but only after catastrophe incapacitates the original holder, his authority is both inherited and unstable. This instability, lack of direction, and uncertainty does not quiet his appetite for more, but rather makes it ravenous and desperate as control slips through the entire crew's fingers. Anya stands out the most on a surface-level analysis of the crew across Jimmy and Curly's experiences, as I feel her portrayal is the most inconsistent between them. Through Curly's eyes, Anya seems calm, matter-of-fact, playful, and unafraid to share her thoughts and opinions, even if they may challenge someone. She does not feel the need to justify or explain the significance of her work, and is able to directly and respectfully call Curly out for his lack of engagement in it. Contrastingly, through Jimmy's eyes, there is the suggestion of her incompetence. She is indirect, nervous, and fawns in an attempt to gently suggest her needs, rather than feeling confident to express them openly. The fact Anya's character is drastically altered between perceptions feels heavy, given the context of Curly and Jimmy's respective characters. The game does an excellent job of burying this inconsistency under layers of the trauma and heightened emotions that would come as a result of the crash. But the crash is in itself a distraction from exactly this. If Anya appears to be so diminished through Jimmy's perception, and we know Jimmy uses hierarchy to stabilize himself, it's clear that his framing of her is not objective. We cannot trust his filter. But equally, Curly's experience of Anya and handling of Jimmy confirm we cannot trust his filter either. When Anya plainly expresses her hesitation surrounding conducting Jimmy's psych eval, she may not have demanded action, but she certainly made her experience clear. Jimmy undermines her by not taking her job seriously, leaving her unable to inhabit her place in this very unforgiving system comfortably. The sexual manner of his disruption is what alerted me to Curly's status as an unreliable narrator as well. As though he takes the task off Anya's hands, he frames it as an amusing inconvenience rather than a serious invasion. This framing invites the player to treat it the same way, that it's not a big deal and it's okay for him to manage it through his personal friendship and connection with Jimmy. This is a truly masterful and terrifying way for the narrative to bring something deeply insidious and damaging to the fore without having to address or reveal anything overtly. When confronting Jimmy about his horse comment, Curly uses a serious boundary crossing as a moment of banter between friends. This could be looked at charitably as a mistake, overlooking the seriousness of someone else's experience because your history with someone blinds you. It's the classic trap of meeting someone's alternate experience with, "But I know what they really meant," or "I know who they really are inside," which distracts from the core message that should have been received here. It should never have become a question of intention. It's the resulting discomfort and disruption that matters and has not been acknowledged. In fact, by taking the task from Anya without first acknowledging the seriousness or taking steps to deal with it, Curly is inadvertently reinforcing Jimmy's more overt assertion that Anya is incompetent. By suggesting that Jimmy just needs to be handled the right way to avoid BS, the responsibility for his improper behaviour is skewed more towards Anya than Jimmy himself. The lingering implication is that Curly views Jimmy's boundary crossing as an issue secondary to Anya's inability to navigate him. While Curly does not directly blame Anya for his behaviour, it seems to be only because he does not expect her to be able to manage it. He takes it on as a captain's role, suggesting it requires intervention and authority, but then totally dismantles that by aligning himself with Jimmy as he reduces the incident to something harmless, funny, and a moment of bonding between them. Anya disappears. That is what Jimmy and Curly seem to share. Looking at the prior clear example of Anya's fawning in the presence of Jimmy, I suddenly realised that Curly may indeed be engaging in a similar behaviour here. While Anya might fawn for safety, Curly fawns to maintain stability. He is about to break the news that Anya told on Jimmy, and this is a matter serious enough to require the captain having to handle his evaluation in her stead. This is the sort of circumstance that would highlight Jimmy's lack of power. He is being disallowed from exerting his control over someone he sees as beneath him by disrupting her ability to work comfortably. Curly monumentally softens the weight of this by first allowing Jimmy to openly mock Anya's position without challenge, as he says,
"I take it Anya diagnosed you with being sane then?"
before reducing his handling of the evaluation to a simple, "I said I'd do yours," and only barely insinuating the reason through a light-hearted reference to Jimmy's behaviour, which encourages and minimises rather than reprimands. By introducing the evaluation through humour, Curly is the one making sure that his authority never materialises. He may have framed this to Anya and indeed to us as handling the situation, but this recurring draw to soften, minimise or reassure Jimmy is inarguably the opposite. Curly has completely mishandled Anya's experience and through that lifted and centred Jimmy even further. But why? This tendency to soften things for Jimmy seems to be something that Curly and Anya share, but the glaring issue here is that Curly is the captain. It is his responsibility to take proper action. His history with Jimmy, his understanding of him as a person that must be navigated rather than put in place, highlights a potential insecurity, fear, or hesitance to treat him as his subordinate. Given Jimmy's explicit resentment and bitterness towards their positioning on that ladder of hierarchy, Curly's reluctance to assert authority over him reads more like avoidance than empathy. Through Anya's unstable and deceptive framing, her true function is buried. She absorbs and holds the most concentrated costs of these systems we have established. Her role itself, the gentle, anxious, accommodating caregiver, already sets her up from the start as something secondary to the main crew. She is the support existing to stabilise others emotionally and physically. Maintenance. And maintenance should be invisible, only highlighted when something has failed. Her concerns are to be heard but never taken too seriously, as managing more significant members of the hierarchy is treated as far more pressing. Curly presents this framing to the player in a palatable, explainable, relatable way, a way that could be easily overlooked. Jimmy presents this in a far more antagonistic and overt one, using his mischaracterizations of Anya and the stress of the situation they share as a way to justify himself. Both of these filters, though different, do the same job. Bury, 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 bury.
Very glad to see you again, Captain. It's party time. Here at Pony Express, there's always something worth celebrating. What's today's occasion, you ask? a bold new chapter in corporate streamlining. Pony Express Co. has now concluded operations.
Yay!
That's right. After years of dedicated delivering, we are entering an exciting new phase of strategic closure. Now, we know what you're thinking.
What about the shipment?
Great question, Captain. We can always count on you to consider what matters the most. The Tulpar's current contract remains active and legally binding. Termination is not a valid reason for complacency. Your duties continue as scheduled. All crew employments have been dissolved, including yours. Congratulations! Captain, thanks to your tireless years of dedication, you have been specially selected to oversee this transition. As our final acting captain, you have been rewarded sole responsibility to keep this from your subordinates until no more than 48 hours before your contract is complete. This is for optimal morale, unnecessary distress avoidance, and uninterrupted performance. You want to get paid, don't you? Now, hold on to the exciting news, Captain. This is your moment to really uphold the everlasting sanctity of our corporation. So go on, enjoy the party, have that second slice of cake on us. You've earned it.
At the end of Jimmy's psychological evaluation, the ship receives a message from corporate. It isn't shown since the screen bleeds away into a different time before we have the chance to open it, something Mouthwashing often does before moments of revelation or devastation. So when we return to Curly a day after the message, 6 days before the crash, the objective to simply break the news feels particularly unnerving. The eerie silence is punctuated only by his footsteps, and any attempt to stray from this objective leads to the persistent thought, I need to tell them. The wording of break the news carries a feeling of finality, and with the negative atmosphere of the moment, there is a sense something catastrophic and irreversible has happened. It feels serious. The weight of this anxious, hollow ambience is punctured rather jarringly as Curly opens the door to find the crew donning party hats in a now fully decorated lounge, surrounded by balloons and birthday bunting. Because the crew are permitted just one communal birthday per trip, they can choose any member to celebrate and any day to plan the surprise, and so a rather difficult to digest cocktail is formed. Curly has already prepared himself to reveal something heavy to the crew, and they have already prepared to celebrate him. A moment imbued with a doom-like feeling of no return is dressed in a costume of celebration. Pony Express makes itself felt here in the fact that, even in celebration, hierarchy must be preserved. With Curly being the captain, he is the only crew member with clearance to prepare the singular celebratory cake. The others cannot access the necessary ingredients, disallowed from producing the centerpiece of their own creation. There is something so miserable about this scene. The idea of a restricted communal birthday party is rather sad in itself, but this bizarre fixation on control and responsibility being funneled so strictly into the hands of a single person that the other crew members cannot even be trusted to manage cake batter makes Curly's already heavy, anxious moment feel even more detached and empty. And now he, carrying the burden of something not yet disclosed, is forced out of his moment of human suffering and into a choreographed performance of duty. Sitting at the table, Curly buckles under the pressure of an excited Daisuke and Anya playfully demanding a speech. This is when Jimmy, who we have established is particularly attuned to Curly's emotions, taps a crack into the facade by asking,
What's wrong?
Curly breaks the news. Pony Express is no longer operational. and though he was instructed not to reveal their closure until closer to the haul destination, he couldn't stomach hiding it from the crew. It is clear that Curly sees his crewmates as people. He feels for them as individuals that exist outside the system they share together on the Tulpar. He might be the captain, but he doesn't operate solely as a puppet for Pony Express, even if they clearly expect him to. He follows his own initiative as well, which, though risky in such a strict setting, he seems willing to accept responsibility for. This can be seen clearly in his trusting of Swansea with the axe or his off-the-record attempts to share with Jimmy. Because the structure of Pony Express essentially abandons Curly, expecting him, a human, to handle a crew he sees as individuals in a way that flawlessly follows their corporate, emotionless, inhuman logic, he is set up to fail. But because Pony Express expects its employees to reject, bury, or be silent about all that makes them human, this also leaves him alone with his inevitable oversights, mistakes, and mishandlings. Curly sees everyone as individual and gives them equal grace. He sees them as being all in the same boat. That leaves something devastatingly overlooked. It assumes everyone feels the same way as he does, that everyone strives for equality and tries to center individualism as best as they can under such a regime. It doesn't consider or acknowledge what could happen if a crew member does not align. There is a scene pre-crash between Curly and Anya that we will explore more in depth later, but it feels pertinent to bring in part of it now. In the scene, Anya points out that if you look very closely, you can see a dead pixel in the corner of the screen in the lounge. A dead pixel that, though he tries, Curly cannot see. Because Anya has seen it, it's always there in the back of her mind, and because it isn't immediately apparent to Curly, he sarcastically thanks her for telling him about it, lamenting that searching for it will likely drive him bonkers. Despite this, he settles himself into the thought that, even though he knows the damage is there, he doesn't think it ruins the illusion because he cannot see it, and that for him, it's therefore peaceful all the same. Because of this, Anya is left alone with the cost of seeing the damage, of having to hold the thought of the unseen dead pixel in her mind all the time. This scene is the perfect metaphor to foreshadow what's to come next. Part of Anya's function is to hold and maintain harm, while Curly puts trust in the surface image of harmony, assuring Anya that he can navigate and avoid catastrophe if she can just continue to silently absorb. The dead pixel is a warning. There is something Curly cannot or will not see, and what he is able to disregard due to his big picture thinking is left to fester inside Anya instead, as she has no choice but to be burdened with it. The party marks a seismic shift in the structure that already felt fragile due to Pony Express's unrealistic demands and the tension between crew members. Because the corporate structure is now actively crumbling away, what remains is no longer a table of constrained, organised crew members struggling to stifle themselves for the system, but the raw humans within, and their reactions to the news tell us a lot. Swansea, the disillusioned realist, is of course unsurprised. Anya, now loosened slightly from her constraints of holding harm, is able to express a small part of the cost, covering her mouth in disbelief as she frets over her lack of savings. Daisuke, the unburdened optimist, is appropriately silent. There is nothing optimistic about this situation. What sets these three apart in this moment is an aligned, shared sense of having been wronged by a company who was long hurtling towards this fate. All three recognise themselves as having always been disposable. Swansea says it best.
What a joke, and we're the punchline.
Curly also aligns with this collective recognition that the system has failed them. He does this simply by sharing the news before the instructed time, illustrating he recognizes the crew deserve to know just as much as he does. Though painful, the ability to share in anger, fear, and hopelessness, to direct the responsibility for these crushing emotions back towards Pony Express, refusing to absorb them, could have been a powerful moment of solidarity for these people. It seems that's what Curly hoped for. A hope born from his inability to address the person who continually refuses to align, who will not allow him to step outside the system, who is unable to share a moment outside of hierarchy. Jimmy. Imagine for a moment the utter lack of power Jimmy felt here. Hierarchy is everything to him. The system is everything to him. It's what grants him appointed control, the only thing that seems to make him feel he has worth. He envies Curly's position. He is above him, at the very top in fact, well-liked, praised, admired. Jimmy openly resents that. In his eyes, Curly has everything he hungers for but can't quite sink his teeth into. And now he is daring to step off his high ladder again and into a shared space of mourning and fear with his crew. This makes Jimmy angry, resentful, full of rage. A moment of shared vulnerability and acceptance means forfeiting the power he has so desperately coveted. He cannot allow this moment to become too human, too real, as it would shatter the structures he holds onto. Curly, Swansea, Anya, and Daisuke align with a shared sense of humanity. Jimmy aligns with the system that is about to crash. Jimmy has what I can only describe as a tantrum. He forcefully derails the shared pointing of responsibility towards Pony Express and twists it back around to where the company would want it directed, at Curly. One by one, Jimmy dismantles each crew member, pointing a spotlight on their surface-level struggles and functions and using that to separate them from Curly, to isolate them in their individual suffering and disallow Curly from existing outside his place in the hierarchy. Jimmy twists what Curly confided in him, his existential despair, and uses it as a weapon by claiming he's the only one who got what he wanted. This is a very manipulative, calculated derailing, as it's doing multiple unjust and hurtful things at once. Jimmy begins by placing himself at the bottom of the hierarchy by wryly referencing his conversation with Curly.
I can go back to my, how'd you put it? Struggle of a life.
This is a cruel mischaracterization of Curly's attempts to empathize and acknowledge his reality, not put him down. Jimmy is actually doing something quite callous and clever here, as twisting these words implies that Curly sees Jimmy as beneath him, which suggests Jimmy is in a position of vulnerability and powerlessness that might elicit sympathy. Meanwhile, in reality, what his tirade is achieving is to prop himself up on top of everyone as he pushes them down one by one, with these reframings of human struggles through a hollow, corporate lens. This reduces everyone from being complex beings to parts of a machine that are only as valuable as their ability to function within the whole, ignoring hardship, needs, or individual differences. He moves on to Anya, again using this moment to place her below himself by saying,
Anya never got into medical school because she's, well, let's be real.
He gets away with putting her beneath him while still maintaining his performance of victimhood here at the table, because he again does not finish the thought plainly. He knows everyone can fill in the blank of what he is thinking, as he clearly makes his opinions about her known. Opinions that others may not share but do not speak up against. The, well, let's be real, feels like an invitation to the player to begin filling in that blank. We can imagine what's supposed to go there. Incompetent, emotional, sensitive, the list could go on, but as I explored earlier, Part of mouthwashing is to start realizing that the evidence of our own eyes is a powerful tool that can be used in the unpicking and challenging of an unreliable narrator's perception. While it may be true that Anya struggled to get into medical school, the full story is never allowed to be told. No one discloses the individual reasons or important context that might be needed to understand this part of her life, and that feels very intentional in a game whose main characters attempt to shape our own perceptions. What we do see is that Anya is incredibly driven, spending her free time studying and reading. She wants to conduct her evaluations properly and thoroughly, and her only barrier to doing so has been due to lack of engagement or active sabotage, both circumstances she ensured to highlight and try to amend. Sorry to break it to you, Jimmy, but not wanting to deal with your sexual misconduct is not a sign of an ill-equipped medical professional. Being able to manage catastrophic wounds with limited supplies and under extreme pressure whilst being aware of one's own emotional limits might be the sign of a very strong and capable one, though. But I digress. Jimmy goes on to highlight Swansea's age, wondering how many more years of employment he could even have left in him, again encompassing his woes within the context of his use as a worker and not as a human. He does the same to Daisuke, only flipped around, stating he'll be fine because Mommy and Daddy have him covered, which is a very reductive and condescending way to view a young person with their own hopes and dreams. The use of Mommy and Daddy here just makes his intentions so clear. This is not a genuine reassurance, but rather utter ridicule and dismissal. Both of these observations are born from this need to ensure everyone remembers their place, and that they are reminded of their uselessness within the context of the system, not allowed to find solidarity within each other's respective pain. When boiled down and simplified like this, he successfully makes Anya, Swansea, and Daisuke feel worthless, and attempts to frame Curly as being the one benefiting from their losses. Jimmy pretends to be in this pool of worthlessness with the others, when really he is the one attempting to get something out of this moment, by taking control of the narrative and using it to feel powerful. The moment Curly defends himself and tries to steer the narrative back to reality, Jimmy slams his fist on the table to disrupt him. Jimmy is actively using his claimed authority over reality to stop Curly from even expressing how he actually feels or what he actually said. When he contests Jimmy's perception of his words, Jimmy simply rebuts him by saying, "That is what you meant." He feels entitled and bold enough to reinforce his authority over truth without anything to back it up. There is an implied violence in his fist slam. This isn't only about getting Curly's rapt attention. This escalation is to incite fear and silence thoughts and emotions that might challenge the system Jimmy clings to.
We're the ones you're trying to escape. Leave the dirt behind once your boots are clean. You just couldn't frame it to yourself in a way that kept you as the hero. Abandon the crew, but remain the model captain.
Again, Jimmy will share space with the others only when it makes his argument feel more powerful, and while no one around the table openly agrees with him, they also do not intervene nor offer other perspectives. They have all been silenced and flattened by Jimmy's words, be it through fear, exhaustion, or a subconscious tendency to always sink back into the system. What started as a painful but shared moment of solidarity has been successfully hijacked and twisted into hierarchy and cost absorption once again. Jimmy claims interpretive dominance over the group. He decides what Curly meant. He decides the worth, positioning, and pain of everyone at the table. He even gets to have the final word, orchestrating the lasting feeling this moment will forever hold.
Let's have some fucking cake, Props to our captain and his new prospects.
The lack of challenge here marks a potential shift in perspective for the player too. If Jimmy is not only so capable but so persistent in moulding a reality that is far removed from the disregarded complexities we see as observers, what else is being rewritten? What else is left out of this story? With the disconcerting hum of rising music that would feel at home in the centre of a horror scene climaxing to brutal attack, Curly slowly soars into the cake. Back and forth, back and forth. The player must alternate keys to painstakingly drag the knife through its centre, bit by bit, as if the facade of celebration was only the thinnest layer coating a slab of raw flesh. A feeling of dread hangs over everything as the sequence bleeds away. Right after this moment, we get a post-crash scene where this table slam promise of violence comes to fruition. It stood out to me that these two scenes were right next to each other in the game's chosen order of presenting events. Jimmy wakes up to the sounds of Curly groaning in pain and notices that Daisuke is the only other crewmate in his bed where he should be. He goes looking for Anya, finding her speaking with Swansea in the cockpit. Startled by his presence, Anya turns her face away from Jimmy before he asks why the two of them are up speaking during sleeping hours and asks Anya if she has been crying. She denies it, both her and Swansea repeatedly dismissing Jimmy's concerns. Jimmy insists we all need to keep it together, attempting as always to reinforce the system, before Swansea says,
"Oh, I'm keeping it together. Don't you worry, Captain."
It struck me that this is one of the very few times that Swansea calls Jimmy Captain and not some other unserious title, and yet in the context of the rest of his speech and behaviour, it still feels sarcastic and belittling. Their reluctance to let Jimmy into the conversation is palpable, and it seems as though Jimmy doesn't quite know how to handle this, instead bringing up Curly's groaning and questioning Anya whether she had medicated him yet. Though Anya says it had just slipped her mind and repeatedly states she feels capable and fine to give him the painkillers, Jimmy actually refuses to allow her to here, insisting that he will take on the task instead. After the party scene, it felt quite evident to me that a situation like this could make Jimmy feel powerless again. A private conversation, which he is essentially pushed out of, leaves him without control. If he does not know what is being said, how can he assert his interpretive dominance? Also, Swansea's choice to use his proper title here further disrupts and stunts Jimmy's ability to latch onto something he can use, no chance to demand authority without losing the facade of calm and control. It therefore feels unsurprising that he reaches for the topic of Curly in this very moment. He knows there are times Anya would like support with his care, and it has been an opportunity for him to reclaim his sense of power by reinforcing her worthlessness and incompetence. However, she also disallows him from doing so by telling him she feels perfectly able. This puts Jimmy in a position where he seems to grasp at straws to try and feel some control while still feigning a calm demeanour. So he awkwardly demands control of a task that she feels able for instead. This subtle building of insecurity bubbles over once Jimmy is alone with Curly.
"Come on, stop with the noise. Damn it. I know what everyone's thinking. The way they look at me. What could I even say? And then, what would she do? Damn it. Here we are now. Me in the driver's seat. Thanks for that. Open up. I hope these make you feel fucking better."
As the screen fades to black, I prepared myself for the discomfort of the usual unsettling sounds of Curly being force-fed his medication. But this time, my skin started to crawl as I realized just what I was hearing. Jimmy landing blow after blow on Curly's fragile, raw, defenseless body as he cries in agony. When Jimmy looks at the remaining painkillers, he has the thought, once these are out, we'll have nothing to keep him quiet. Quiet. Hidden. Curly is evidence that makes noise. Jimmy's objective is not to treat him, not to help him, but to silence him. He was doing that long before Curly lost the ability to form words, and he will use physical threat that will absolutely materialize into violence. But there's something else here in his fearful, angry lamenting that stands out. What would she do? What would she do? What would she do?
What would she do? Here at Pony Express, leadership is everything. As captain, this means anticipating personnel feedback and handling it before it becomes operational setback. She could tell them, preparation is protection. Don't be burdened by sensitive internal developments. She could say it out loud. As captain, be assured that access to our narrative control framework, trademark, makes perception management a breeze. Maintain crew confidence, prevent unnecessary misunderstandings, and avoid escalation. They already look at you differently. Strategic discretion is key to keeping any issues with crew synergy to a comfortable minimum. You know why. Remember, composure maintains authority. You've got this, Captain. You didn't climb this high by cutting corners. You're losing it. You're the captain. Take responsibility. Take responsibility. Take responsibility. Take responsibility. Take responsibility. Take responsibility. What would she do?
What would she do? It's the only time Jimmy centers Anya in the entire playthrough. In the center of his spiral, deep in the quivering heart of his insecurity that twists and writhes with paranoia and violence, is she, Anya. So why does this question land specifically on her and not the crew? Why not, what would they do? Jimmy's constant, desperate hierarchy restructuring has always seen Anya being repositioned at the very bottom, beneath him, unworthy of her title, inconsequential, useless, not worth explanation or consideration. And yet, in Jimmy's most vulnerable, paranoid moment, her actions specifically seem to inspire the most dread, seem to require the greatest consideration, not through a lens of empathy, but rather damage control. Anya becomes the axis of consequence in this one line. At the height of Jimmy's paranoia, when his coveted authority feels most unstable, his fear fixes on the one person he and Curly have both relied upon in different ways to suffer quietly so the structure can hold. For what reason could the person he has worked so hard to render inconsequential be the one that feels most threatening? The dead pixel. This pre-crash conversation with Curly is one of many important and frankly devastating interactions that spell out Jimmy's reason for being so afraid. Anya sees damage. She points it out to Curly, the one who holds power. He chooses to view it in his own way without considering the cost of his inaction, the cost of his perception. He chooses to perceive the image as peaceful without considering what it might mean for Anya to have to hold the damage she sees in her mind all the time, with no one else able to share or validate her experience. Even we as players are kept out of it, locked into these two fixed views. Jimmy, his character, his behaviour, his drive towards dominance, his unaddressed harm, is the dead pixel. We know he does not spoil Curly's big picture, and Curly believes his relationship with and supposed understanding of Jimmy is enough to keep the damage contained. We understand where that containment space is now, within Anya, though because we are still limited by the filters of our playable character's perceptions, what Anya is holding is still not fully illuminated. Jimmy's put-downs, his inappropriate remarks, his sabotage, his dismissiveness, his cruelty, they culminate to form the evidence the game is willing to show us, what it tries to soften or justify in order to control our focus. When we stop allowing Curly's softened perception of Jimmy to guide us and realize that he is also an unreliable narrator, those more subtle yet deeply unnerving truths begin to break free from beneath the dirt. This point in the game, after Jimmy's violent assault on Curly, is when any shaky trust I had left in my holding of Curly's hand really crumbled away. Not because he is cruel, unlikable, or ill-intentioned, but because I realized his big picture thinking would leave me blind to harm, would protect someone I found reprehensible, and disallow me from discovering the full extent of what Anya has been left alone with. There are two moments in Mouthwashing where Anya's mental well-being, in particular the question of her will to live, come to the fore. One moment is seen while playing as Curly and the other as Jimmy. The first scene is set just a day before the crash and starts with an ominous objective for Curly: find the gun. The search brings him to the cockpit, where he finds a clearly distressed Anya hunched over on the floor, holding herself and rocking back and forth for comfort. Curly angrily interrogates her over the location of the gun, pleading that their being let go from Pony Express is not a reason to cause herself irreparable harm. He calms as he realizes a glaring oversight, that as nurse of the ship, Anya herself has never had a psychological evaluation, foretelling her she could have come to him if she was feeling stressed.
What would you have done?
Anya asks him.
Anything.
Curly replies.
Anything. You, the crew, are all my responsibility. I told you so over and over, yeah?
Anya tells him that she wasn't going to hurt herself, that the revolver is in a case that only the captain has access to. Finally revealing her true intention was to hide it, not use it. Curly again pleads for the location, assuring Anya that this does not have to go on their performance log, again using corporate framing in a moment where it's clear humanity is needed. The facade of this system is utterly shattered in just a few more words.
I'm pregnant. You're what? Who would you... Captain, I told you.
Anya's pregnancy is revealed in such a masterful way. This moment does not feel like a cheap shock twist. The game has shown us nothing explicit, and yet the moment Anya says, "I told you," the player can piece together what this means. This information lands like finally swallowing a lump that has been growing in your throat for hours, suffocating you in suspense. But the final gulp of confirmation does not bring relief, rather a new, sinking feeling that slides down into the pit of your stomach. In this moment, Anya is finally allowed to become the center of the game. During her confiding, she literally becomes the focal point of the screen. For the first time, everything around her is erased instead. The framing slowly pans away as we see only the back of her body, contorted in distress. She seems so small, so alone, so pained. This is a moment for the player to detach themselves from the bodies we are made to inhabit throughout the game. Anya is in our full view now, even if still not reachable in a way that would allow action or choice within the bounds of the game. We are in many ways far from her, detached on the other side of a screen, but we are being allowed to truly see her, if only for a moment, and that brings its own agency. She has been erased by Pony Express, who treats its workers as machine parts. She has been erased by her role as the caregiver, secondary, the one who supports and should not need supporting. She has been erased by Curly's minimization, reframing, and inaction. She has been erased by Jimmy's warped worldview and interpretive dominance. She is erased again by the crash. Here we are given the chance to put her back into the story by understanding what really happened to her before we are funneled back into Curly or Jimmy's experiences once again. The crash is framed as a rupture, a reset. It is explosive, catastrophic, visible and undeniable, a disaster fitting for a point of origin from which all else flows. But when Anya utters the words, "I told you," the realities that have been presented to us fracture and rearrange. The questions that once felt most pressing now dissolve. The story is out of order not only to build tension or mystery, but to redirect our attention, to make us complicit in what we are shown and discourage us from questioning what might be being hidden. Our task is not to win against monsters or discover a way to recover from the crash and save the day a hero. It is to pick out the buried pieces from two very complex, jumbled perspectives that will slowly build the truth. To return each crew member to the reality that has been taken from them. The crash is not the point of origin, but rather of escalation. It is consequence. It is what happens when that dead pixel is ignored long enough that it can no longer remain unnoticed or held by a singular person. The big picture shatters, sending deep cracks spindling through the facade in every direction. The inciting incident was never the crash, it was that Jimmy assaulted Anya. And now her constant holding of cost has become actualized through the gestation of a baby, something that is still at first unseen, but that cannot be ignored, smoothed over, or reframed. It is evidence, uncontrollable, unreachable, untouchable, reality made flesh. The most unnerving part of this interaction is that Curly does not need confirmation or clarity in this moment. He does not need Anya to say, "Jimmy assaulted me and now I am pregnant." This moment is not one of revelation or surprise. It is one of consequence, an inevitable outcome. He knows what she is talking about. He knows who did this, just as he knew who the final psych eval was meant for, because no one else would inspire such anxiety and dread. It is not that Curly doesn't understand Jimmy's character or his effect on others, it's that he has chosen not to acknowledge its devastation for as long as the machine seems to be able to keep moving. Curly is not a man left in the dark. He is a man blinded by the intense glare of his own big picture, so fixated on the overall brightness of the screen that he would sooner let his vision burn out than allow himself to look directly at that dark, damaged black spot, even if it harms him as well. Curly tells Anya he would have done anything, even repeating the word with emphasis as if attempting to fill an empty space with the shape of a savior, a hero he has already failed to embody. The emphasis falls flat in the face of Anya's surgical question, "What would you have done?" The question is like a vacuum that renders the space unfillable by Curly's retroactive promise of anything. Anything is limitless, almost cosmic, and yet here, it already means nothing. It is already as empty as the darkness that surrounds Anya. What would you have done is a quiet yet all-consuming indictment of Curly's inaction. His anything is limited within the bounds of the structure that enabled the harm to occur in the first place. His anything is asking for the gun, reassuring Anya it won't go on the performance log, offering to navigate Jimmy but through placation and false equivalence. Doing so at the cost of making Anya hold the consequences alone. Curly's responsibility only activates once consequence becomes unavoidable. By that time, anything is just a vast, empty void that may as well be synonymous with nothing. Curly is now faced with the inescapable. Jimmy's devastation has been made flesh. It can no longer be joked away or ignored. He has a final chance here to truly invoke his promise of anything, or to continue on his usual trajectory of containment and minimization. From this point, it almost feels like their conversation splits into two realities. Curly makes his choice.
Listen to me. We can fix this. I've known him for a long time. I'll talk to him.
This time, Anya does not accept Curly's path, instead maintaining her place in the focal point of truth.
I know you'd never give me the gun to protect myself, so the least I can do is make sure he never gets it either.
This final exchange really compounds the limits of Curly's supposed anything. Even in this most undeniable moment of crisis, he cannot inhabit reality with Anya. He still chooses to prioritize maintenance and containment, even when what has happened is quite literally uncontainable. This is perhaps Curly's most damning moment of failure, and Anya's strongest, as even with fingers bloodied, kicked and pulled by alternate perceptions, she refuses to let go of the truth. The following day, the day of the crash, sees Curly finding Anya once again in a state of distress, this time with her back to him, creating a sense of her now having fully turned away from Curly's restructuring of reality. They no longer inhabit the same space. This is further proven as Anya reveals she already told Jimmy herself about the pregnancy, not waiting for Curly or allowing him to reframe, soften, or erase her narrative. Curly is shocked and evidently panicked by this, telling Anya she should have waited for him. Immediately, questions begin spilling rapidly from his mouth.
What did he say? Did he seem angry? Where did he go?
Anya remains in her reality, telling Curly he said nothing that would change the situation, and that he just walked away. She does not need to answer the question about his anger because she no longer inhabits a space of unreality. Of course he would be angry. Anya makes a final attempt to reach Curly's promise of anything by saying,
Curly, I don't want him in here anymore.
To which Curly can barely respond. His mind is already hurtling towards consequence and containment. He stops her abruptly by asking her to hold on, that he has to go and find Jimmy, with a final, empty promise.
Everything's going to be okay.
I have seen people often express disbelief or even condemnation towards Anya for disclosing the pregnancy to Jimmy without waiting for Curly. I really disagree with this framing, and I felt it important to explore. Anya has been labelled as reckless, not thinking, or in extreme cases I've even seen comments calling her stupid or blaming her for what happens next. I feel this sort of reading demonstrates a lack of understanding about abuse dynamics, particularly ones that have involved reframing or minimizations from people outside the abuse, as well as an unpleasant tendency we have as a society to find ways to force the victim to share blame. Anya is already existing in a sort of altered reality. She is trapped in the middle of space with her assaulter, with nowhere to run and a contract to fulfill under a company that constantly threatens financial punishment for any issue. For someone without savings and who utterly breaks down at the news of Pony Express's collapse, this is a terrifying thing to have looming over your head. Not only this, but her disclosure of the assault, alongside multiple instances of harassment and abuse, have been minimized and softened and avoided again and again, framed as being a consequence of her inability to manage Jimmy, not Jimmy himself. Curly tells her repeatedly, "I've known him a long time," as if he has a special ability to tame Jimmy like some sort of snake charmer. This may temporarily solve an operational issue, for example, getting the psychovals finished, but it does not stop the behaviour. In fact, it barely even acknowledges it. Curly never confronts Jimmy about his actual treatment of Anya, nor the cost of it. For all we know, he is not aware of the cost outside of his own perception, since we never see him ask about Anya's experience or what she wants or needs to happen. Not once. And the one time she explicitly tells him, "I don't want him in here anymore," Curly is already mentally trying to smooth things over for Jimmy rather than being in the moment of crisis prevention with Anya and the rest of the crew. Anya will have noticed this. The effect of an outside reality checker constantly siding against your experience can and will wear down a person's trust in their own perception. This person does not have to be abusive. In fact, it's usually the opposite. It's often someone kind, trustworthy, well-meaning, who wants everyone to receive equal grace. The problem is that when someone is treating an abuser and their victim with equal grace, it isn't truly equal because the very dynamic of abuse is completely lopsided by nature. It assumes both sides want the best for everyone deep down, even when one person's actions continually demonstrate otherwise. This is how someone well-intentioned can pave the pathway to hell with their actions. There's a reason that saying exists. What Curly has done is plant doubt within Anya, not doubt over her pain, she cannot help but feel that, but doubt over what she is allowed to think or feel about it, a sense of hopelessness that it will ever stop, and a feeling of responsibility that she should be able to navigate Jimmy's behaviour. If Curly's so-called handling things is the norm and has consistently led to Anya's narrative being erased, imagine the unbelievable weight of this particular situation. How Curly might frame her pregnancy in order to soften it, minimize it, erase her, and placate the man who violated her. The level of anxiety, helplessness, and anger that would stir at the thought makes my own stomach churn just to envision. Emotions that have nowhere to go because Anya's function is to contain them all. Pony Express enforces this, Jimmy enforces this, and Curly enforces this. This is something that simply could not be contained, and anyone who thinks Anya was in the wrong for not managing is perhaps missing the point a little. For their entire journey thus far, Anya has held on to everything Jimmy has done to her, the vast majority of which we will never see or know, while being effectively brainwashed into accepting this is a tenable scenario with a normal guy who is just a little disruptive and needs special treatment. A part of Jimmy literally being rooted inside her, now utterly inescapable, a tangible evidence growing against her will. With everything Curly has assured her with, it makes most sense to me that rather than this disclosure being a result of stupidity or recklessness, it was a desperate attempt to survive by holding on to reality. Perhaps she thought if she could just show Curly the true cost she now has to hold, without minimizations or filters, he might finally see that dead pixel, might make Jimmy leave her alone, might give her the gun, might apprehend him. There may even have been a part of her that hoped Jimmy himself might be able to understand the cost she is holding and take responsibility. It seems like a ridiculous thought, only because we have been able to see Jimmy for what he truly is. But for Anya, she has been riddled with self-doubt and forced to operate within a system that already defies logic. Curly's consistent reframing of Jimmy as someone who is not a danger also blinds Anya to the severity of how far Jimmy might go in reaction to this news. I do not think she sees what is coming next, or perhaps she hopes that, on hearing the unfiltered truth, Curly will finally take action to prevent something catastrophic. Anya has already taken steps herself by hiding the gun, illustrating her understanding that Jimmy is reactive and capable of harm. But Curly is the one who understands he is capable of so much more. As Curly turns away, unsettling music creeps in, escalating to an anxious swell, punctuated by a thudding like a heartbeat pounding in your eardrums. A feeling of terror hangs in the air, every wrong direction blocked by a single thought. I need to go to the cockpit. This walk is urgent, manic, horror-filled. When Curly finds Jimmy outside the cockpit, the tense music softens into relief because he gets the chance to talk him down from what he clearly feared would be something severe. Jimmy asks what Curly thinks will happen when they get back, to which Curly reassures him that we can figure it out. The clarity of that we is devastating. It is not referring to Pony Express, not the crew, not even he and Anya. You and me. Jimmy, the perpetrator, and Curly, the captain responsible for everyone's safety. As much as Jimmy wraps Curly up in the blame here, which, while not entirely unfounded, is staggering in its hypocrisy coming from this creature, Curly affirms that solidarity himself. He is not merely guilty by association, he is complicit. That clarification, you and me, illustrates it beyond doubt. Enabling and complicity are not exclusively defined by personally benefiting from harm. They can stem from something as simple as preserving the status quo, avoiding confrontation, or having a bias towards the abuser because they're not as overtly cruel to you. Intentions are irrelevant if the outcome is the same every time. You could argue Curly was lying here to keep Jimmy calm, but given their long history, that seems unlikely and blindly charitable. Enabling softens actions that cause harm, conditions victims to accept the unacceptable, emboldens perpetrators to escalate, and relieves the enabler of confrontation, change, or difficult choices. This is precisely what Curly has done for what appears to be a very long time, as evidenced by his reminder to Jimmy that he has faced difficult situations before, and his continual framing of Jimmy's behaviour as struggles or difficulty rather than serious harm and violation of others, including Curly himself. I truly believe Curly thinks he is doing the right thing. I believe he is exhausted, burdened by the immense pressure of captaining under a horrifyingly inhuman structure like Pony Express. I believe he is also harmed by Jimmy, that their relationship is destructive in ways that impair his judgment. But none of that absolves him from contributing to the environment that allows Jimmy to act as he does. It does not justify him siding with him here. Forgiveness follows reflection and accountability, two things Curly has not yet explored. Curly believes he is being responsible by promising they will handle this together, when in actuality he is falling into the same exact trap he has been caught in from the very start. He continues to trust Jimmy, even while he shows him every reason not to. He continues to believe in the image. He looks away from the dead pixel, from the damage. This is his final, fatal error. Jimmy's calmness in this moment is what frightened me the most. It is the calm before the storm, the stillness of someone who feels cornered and on the verge of losing control. When an abuser has nothing left to maintain and nothing left to lose. Power is restored not through stability and backing down, but through escalation at any cost. This is Jimmy at his most dangerous, and yet he appears his most composed. Jimmy feeds into Curly's existential pain in a way that illustrates the lopsided nature of their dynamic as well. Jimmy feels powerless, so Curly reaches out to lift him up, shows him loyalty, reassurance, solidarity. Jimmy responds by pulling Curly down, like someone drowning who drags their rescuer under in an attempt to gasp for air. Only this is not panic alone, it is calculated. For Jimmy, merging himself with Curly is not about confession or encouraging a captain to reflect. Just like the system he aligns himself with, this is about redistribution. It is about placing responsibility outside himself and forcing someone else into his black hole. Curly is speaking human to human. Jimmy is re-establishing hierarchy. He frames their failures as synonymous, entwining their actions until distinction blurs. What Jimmy has done, Curly has done. While Curly has enabled him, they are not the same, though because Pony Express treats them as such, Jimmy takes advantage of that unjust equivalence and weaponizes it. It holds just enough truth to reach Curly and cut him deeply. Jimmy sows helplessness and doubt into a moment that should have been the most powerful pushback against him. He ensures that Curly is deflated in the moment his authority is needed most. This allows him to speak without questioning or rebuttal, re-establishing Curly's feelings of helplessness and struggle to find meaning before placing himself in the position of authority as he turns his back. This mirrors Anya's earlier moment. Both Anya and Jimmy have detached from Curly and turned towards their respective realities. Anya faces away, looking towards the painful truth alone. Jimmy faces away, looking towards his final act of ultimate control. In both cases, this represents a fundamental detachment. Curly is unable to fully connect with or act on the realities these two characters are facing. This means that despite Jimmy essentially fantasizing openly about the entire crew's tragic end, Curly is still unable to foresee what's coming as his old friend walks towards the cockpit with an ominous final line.
I'll take care of it.
We have seen this line a multitude of times. Here it no longer carries any reassurance. It is not a promise to fix, mediate, or contain. Not anymore. Throughout the scene, the flashing intrusions that invade the screen reiterate those words, take care of it, spliced with the classic mouthwash promise, kills 99%. It invades our screen, a still unseen and unreachable warning that Curly is blind to. This being the only time we see Curly in his pre-crash state feels significant too. We detach from his view and have this screen shoved in our faces. We are both a part of this scene through him and an outside observer who can explore it impartially. Take care of it becomes hollowed out, its core replaced with something sterile and cataclysmic. This is a warped mirror of corporate sanitization. Harm is reduced to statistics and improvable metrics, and real danger is abstracted into difficulty to be handled or rinsed away. In this system, annihilation starts to look like the logical solution to uncontainable harm. Kills 99% suggests sterilization, erasure, and that remaining 1% contains the unnerving implication that something will survive this sweep. Again, my mind is drawn to the dead pixel, so tiny that Curly could not find it, that small percentage of the screen. That harm and destruction that survives to persist on and on. Jimmy is fantasizing about control reclaimed through devastation, a crew fading into memory, no consequences to be faced, no reputations to be stained, no truths to be exposed. He is communicating in a way that satisfies both the system he aligns with and Curly here. This speech is essentially about preserving the big picture that Curly has always clung to, but the part he fails to grasp is the lengths that Jimmy will go to in order to preserve that image, and what will remain in its stead is the part Curly could never bring himself to see. Annihilation is not the same as repair. Destroying evidence only manipulates how the screen is remembered. It does not fix the pixel. This is the end point of everything Curly has failed to confront. Curly still hears responsibility when Jimmy is communicating elimination, repair versus obliteration. Jimmy's composure speaks volumes. This is a man who has already made a decision. Their separation is absolute. Curly allows himself to believe disaster has been prevented, while Jimmy has already decided disaster is the way to sanitization.
System failure? At Pony Express, we pride ourselves on consistency. A little turbulence doesn't change the big picture. A little damage doesn't undo good work. What really matters is how you're remembered, Captain. We'll calculate the margins. We always do. Numbers are manageable. People are variable. But we account for that too. Expect this to reflect in your credits. Kills 99% of harmful bacteria. Kills 99% of contaminants. Kills 99% of liability. 1% is negligible, so don't adjust the screen. Don't file a complaint. Remember, annihilation is just another word for sanitize. Now it's your turn to take care of things. Thank you for choosing Pony Express. If you're rotting, just rinse.
There is one scene in Mouthwashing that I think illustrates the contrast and tension between Curly and Jimmy very well, and one that is an excellent separator to put here between the truth of the crash and the depths of the descent that will follow. It's another bizarro sequence, one in which a post-crash Curly sits at the lounge table with the infamous corporate-controlled cake. The words "take responsibility" appear, blood red and jumbled, as if to suggest Jimmy's struggle to decipher the concept and his fear-fueled resistance towards it. The big picture screen is shattered, now plastered with warnings that come far too late. It feels fitting in this room where friendship meets hierarchy over strictly rationed cake that no one really enjoys, that the words critical system failure are here, obscured but insistent. Jimmy shares the table and Curly begins to speak.
We should have some. Why? It's mediocre at best, obviously. Sometimes you can only get the subpar stuff. That's what makes the really good stuff, well, good, right? Why bother? Hey, we all tried to escape. Didn't work for any of us. I've thought many times, is this what peace feels like? And is it good enough? If I'm being real, it certainly isn't the best. So all I can do is try and make my life one I'm not trying to run from all the time. Sometimes I'll be promoted, buy a house, fall in love. Other times, I'll just have some awful fucking cake with my friend. Right now, that sounds pretty brilliant, yeah? So, if you'll do the honors. Right. Well, let me go find a knife.
This nightmarish sequence is the embodiment of Curly and Jimmy's relationship. Curly tries to reach Jimmy through solidarity in the human experience, despite Jimmy never responding to this, never sharing this lens. Every single crew member on this ship will naturally suffer and struggle in this system, as we will explore, and we have seen them attempt to reach each other and find moments to go on through the pain, all except Jimmy. Curly is hoping to meet Jimmy in that space of understanding and reassuring him that even something that seems dire can be made beautiful or special in its own way. And if not, then it can at least be survivable when faced together. That a shared experience is worth something, especially when it might bring a moment of humanity and connection to an otherwise hopeless environment. It's difficult not to envision what a conversation like this could have meant to Anya, Daisuke, and Swansea if Curly had finally accepted Jimmy's dead pixel needs to be addressed. Their erasure in this scene says a lot. When this sort of attempt to reach Jimmy is made fruitlessly over and over, the rest of the crew simply disappear into nothingness. Jimmy's only contribution to this sentiment is the offer to find the knife. This is a twisted, bizarre reenactment of their dynamic. Jimmy ventures through the darkness of the empty ship, the harsh red of warning lights blinking, hallways overtaken by emergency foam, decay, and empty bottles of mouthwash. And yet, the situation is eerily silent, unnervingly calm. All the signs of despair and horror unsaid and unaddressed. In the cockpit, Jimmy retrieves a blood-splattered axe from the headcushion of Curly's captain chair, a jarring image when you consider how Jimmy inherited his role. As he grasps the axe, eyeballs fix on him from the screen. Curly's eye. Jimmy is now seen, but it does not deter him. His new objective crawls onto the screen in red capitals: Feast. Only as he leaves the cockpit does sound resume, Curly's desperate whimpers and an ambient, dreamy track slowly rising. The uncomfortably out-of-place music ends abruptly as Jimmy opens the lounge door to a new, big-picture image. Curly's eye again, staring back at Jimmy through the desecrated screen that once brought him peace. Turning to the left introduces a sight that spells impending doom. Curly sprawled across the table in place of the cake. Jimmy's chair is gone. This is not a table they can share. Curly is returned to his voiceless, helpless state. The moment he can finally see Jimmy with his one raw, lidless, unblinking eye that follows no matter where Jimmy moves, he can no longer speak against him, no longer move to protect himself, no longer act to save his crew. He has become the receptacle that is forced to hold the truth, to voicelessly and powerlessly hold cost. It is only after his critical failure that he finally understands Anya, and that he now never takes his eye off the dead pixel he once saw as a friend. In fact, he literally has no other option but to stare, fixated. His eye will never close again. Jimmy uses the axe as the scene freezes in suspended horror before it bleeds away. Jimmy was never the person Curly imagined or wished him to be. In treating him as if he was and disregarding the clear warnings, Curly doomed himself and the crew to the whims of someone who would rather consume others than share a moment of vulnerability with them. Jimmy does not abhor the oppressive system. He does not suffer because it considers him a cog rather than an individual. He admires the system because it has what he wants. He suffers not because he is oppressed, but because he is starving for control as he waits for his turn to do the oppressing. For someone ravenous for that position and who will not share in the complexities and nuances of the human condition, seeing Curly's lack of dominance while maintaining authority drives Jimmy mad with bitter envy. He does not see why others consider Curly to be such a great captain because he doesn't grasp the concept that leadership is not defined by an unchecked hunger for control and power. Post-crash Curly is not meant to be a fitting judgment for his failings. What happens to him is horrifying, but structurally it's also deliberate. It's important that Curly becomes a physical manifestation of the harm that was not visible to him before. He did not stop it, and so now the purpose of his character is to embody it. He is another example of the harm made flesh, and in that way he very much mirrors the unborn baby, helpless, voiceless, a product of a catastrophic violation, and subject to his caretakers with whom he cannot communicate beyond whimpers and cries. On the topic of harm made flesh, this is the second time that the cake has had a flesh equivalence. We witnessed it in the meat-like sawing of Curly's slice in the party scene, and here again as cake is replaced by Curly's actual body. This imagery will only escalate as we proceed. From here on, cannibalizing death and decay begin to permeate the ship as we descend deeper into Jimmy's version of leadership. He is captain of a doomed vessel, finally at the top with a crew spiraling into despair as they slowly starve and poison themselves with endless mouthwash. Curly finally seeing Jimmy, the crew suspicious but helpless, and Jimmy desperate to claw onto whatever shreds remain clinging to the bones of corporate control. Four months after the crash, Jimmy checks on the crew. It's an interesting contrast to Curly's previous crew-maintaining chapter. Where he undoubtedly had his major faults, it would be remiss not to credit him for the clear drive he had as a captain to understand, facilitate, and support his crew. No task was beneath him. He contained his personal struggles for the crew in order to maintain a sense of stability and morale, and he could recognize the redundance of some rules, even if those rules granted him special power that no one else had. That was just not of the highest importance to him. He wanted the crew to have an easier time, and in many ways acted as a buffer between them and the system, since he was the only one with the authority to do so. Unfortunately, Curly's humanity was not a solution inside this structure. In fact, it became a danger when paired with his inability to recognize how some might benefit from the system while others suffer from it. Under Jimmy's command, the ship does not stabilize, it splits and constricts. The system has abandoned them, and so Jimmy attempts to embody it himself. But on a mission that drifts further and further from meaning and order, there is no longer any weight to threats of punishment or system breakdown. The system has already failed. The cogs are detached, leaving the crew feeling emboldened to let go of protocol and expectation. They have less and less to lose. Eventually, each crew member starts to close off. Swansea restricts access to utility, claiming sole responsibility for clearing away the wall of foam that blocks the door. Anya eventually locks herself inside the medical bay with Curly, refusing access there as well. The inexperienced Daisuke feels the most aimless and lost in this new environment, and so he finds himself turning to mouthwash in order to cope. This, of course, creates more splitting and constricting too, but in an emotional sense rather than physical. In each of these scenarios, the ship is closing against Jimmy. He is denied access to conversations, physical spaces, and unable to conduct a new harmony that would encourage togetherness rather than despair and isolation. Jimmy's fundamental misunderstanding of what it means to be a leader feels even more raw and exposed here when the only objective is to survive. Jimmy cares only for absolute power, asserting hierarchy and control. Survival requires a deep understanding of individual needs and a heightened ability to negotiate, encourage, and sacrifice in order to fill in all the gaps that will naturally be exposed during crisis. This is the very situation that demands a leader that can step off the ladder and share solidarity with his crew. Through this chapter, where his primary task is to check on the crew, Jimmy repeatedly demonstrates his utter inability to do this. When Jimmy finds Daisuke face down on the floor, bottle in hand and groaning in discomfort, he is unable to meet Daisuke's humanity. Jimmy warns him that guzzling mouthwash will kill him before anything else does, but Daisuke already knows this. Turning over onto his back, he explains to Jimmy that his mother found the internship for him after becoming frustrated by what she perceived to be his lack of direction and slacking off. Daisuke challenges this framing, showing himself to be a deeply introspective and thoughtful person, as well as someone who took his mother's opinion seriously and strived to please her.
I just never knew what I wanted to be. Never was good at anything. Total screw up.
The first line shows Daisuke understood his own struggles. The second and third reflect how a world that villainized his indecision made him feel. Rather than someone with potential who needs guidance and encouragement, he is framed as naive, talentless, and a screw-up. Despite Swansea's grumpily cynical attitude and complaints, it's clear to see from all the sticky notes, open books, and intensive teaching sessions that Swansea actually enjoyed mentoring Daisuke, and equally Daisuke was an enthusiastic, understanding, and self-reflective student. These facts seem completely lost as Daisuke is reduced to the clueless burden, a side effect of being filtered through Jimmy's perception, someone who is unable to meet Daisuke where he is, who cannot recognize how his mother's misunderstandings of him and Pony Express's mishandling of new recruits might have caused him to root a system failure into himself. This is even clearer in his earlier party comment about how Daisuke has no worries because mommy and daddy would always fix everything for him. Jimmy does not try to alter his watered-down view of Daisuke to treat him as a full, complex human being. Instead, he attempts to reintegrate him into the machine that harmed him, simply stating,
We're not done yet, Daisuke.
Jimmy ignores Daisuke's emotional reality and attempts to engage in interpretive dominance once again by reframing his despair as unfinished utility. This does not reach him at all as he simply continues on, telling Jimmy he just hopes his mother doesn't blame herself, implying his belief that they are not going to make it back. Daisuke does not see his use in this moment. He already felt burdensome before the crash, before ever setting foot on the Tulpar, and so his disrupted internship has only made his lack of direction terminal. Jimmy's "we're not done yet" is not a reassurance in this scenario, but rather a painful reminder. Daisuke has to ask Jimmy to take the mouthwash from him, when really an effective captain would at least attempt to take this action themselves or try to engage in a more emotional way. Daisuke asks to be alone, and arguably, he already is. Next, Jimmy checks on Anya. She yelps as he sits next to her, his sudden presence understandably inciting fear. She immediately begins to fawn, laying down her usual foundation of reassurance, flattery, and erasure of herself in order to navigate the conversation more safely. Jimmy asks if she is planning on drinking the mouthwash in her hand, to which she admits that she has been considering it, though expresses her hesitance towards it, that it would likely just make her sick and solve nothing, as much as she might like to dream it could. She suddenly pivots into telling Jimmy there are more medical supplies in a foamed-up locker in one of the hallways, and that if picked at carefully, it may be possible to access. Jimmy ponders the risks of picking at the foam that keeps them sealed, but Anya manages to convince him that it doesn't seem too deep into the mass and that it would be worth trying. Jimmy is enticed by the thought that it would be a good way to get the axe back from Swansea, a reversal of Curly's earlier decision to trust him with it. The chance to reassert control is enough to win him over to the idea. This interaction is a little more complicated than Daisuke's. It always stands out to me when the point of view detaches and we get these voyeuristic-like shots that exist outside of the characters entirely. It was an excellent way to invite the player to see Anya from their own perspective during her scene with Curly in the cockpit, and here it's an excellent way to invite the player to think more deeply about this interaction between her and Jimmy. When we are shown a perspective outside of Jimmy, he is not shown in the shot at all, either obscured by mouthwash or pushed out of frame. The focus should be on Anya here, so what is she really doing? Anya reassures, fawns, erases herself, and pivots into a request. She softens the request because it is a personal want or need, and she knows Jimmy sees her personal wants or needs as below him. She cannot ask him directly. This is a calculated, planned appeal to the one thing Jimmy values, action framed as power. She proposes a task that could benefit the ship, when really, she wants those medical supplies. During a conversation where Anya was considering poisoning herself with the mouthwash, but decided against it because it would not solve anything, it begs the question, what do these supplies solve for her personally that mouthwash cannot? Because Jimmy is not able to step off the ladder, that question is not even a possibility. His erasure from the scene reinforces the distance between them. They exist in two different realities. Only Anya has learned how to filter her requests for support through the language of leadership, and so is still able to reach into Jimmy's world to get what she needs from him. Jimmy's view of Anya is so low, so utterly devoid of consideration or respect, that it seems likely he wouldn't have been able to imagine her capable of manipulating him like this, which also ultimately worked in her favour. He assumes intellectual superiority, and this assumption is what blinds him to the fact he is about to lose all control. Jimmy approaches Swansea next. As previously explored, Swansea has never afforded Jimmy respect or recognition as the new captain. He has always seemed entirely unafraid of making his feelings known. At this point, 4 months into the crash, Swansea has only further anchored himself into this stance, and this interaction is particularly rife with suspicion, sarcasm, and dismissal, a lack of trust, and a total refusal to respect his position. He even alludes to suspecting that Jimmy crashed the ship, calling him the man with the plan, sarcastically referring to Curly as our previous tragically inclined leader, and quipping that Jimmy wants to take matters into his own hands. Swansea's refusal to succumb to seriousness is made quite clear off the bat. He is found dancing, axe in hand, in front of the big picture screen, stuck on an endless sunset. The image is surreal and morbid, a man who has given his life to a system that has worn him down into a cynic, who has broken over a decade of sobriety with reckless abandon as he immediately recognized the ship was doomed, the suns setting on their existence but not yet quite descended into the death of an endless night, clinging to the axe that marks the bond of trust with a captain usurped and maimed. He seems to grasp it all, this new twisted system Jimmy is attempting to perform. But just as he saw and endured the systemic rot of Pony Express, he sees Jimmy's rot and refuses participation, but still will not intervene. His behaviour is another way to shut Jimmy out and essentially throw a middle finger up to any attempts made to control him or the narrative. This act of resistance is so unsettling because it juxtaposes his clear disgust, confrontational language, and refusal to comply with a performance of being carefree and ready to party. It echoes the Merry Skeleton clip from the earlier Bizarro sequence, which was the final stage in the system's collapse. This is the inevitability of death made spectacle, and an act of defiance against any demand to go down quietly. It's fitting that Swansea mirrors this journey of footage most closely, as he is the quintessential veteran worker. He is the one to finally shatter the frozen sunset, marking the big picture's total collapse. There is no more big picture, only separate, fractured perceptions. He will not hand the axe to Jimmy directly, will not participate in his mockery of a system. If Jimmy wants the axe, Swansea will force him to pull it from the broken image himself. Swansea now represents endurance without illusion. His awareness does not dismantle or directly change systems, and it never has. He understands exploitation, yet remains tethered to it. In that respect, his position has not changed pre- and post-crash. Only now, in his own personal fracture, he uses defiance and ridicule as a way to withhold control, and appears to be hiding something from Jimmy as he has secret conversations with Anya and asserts authority over the utility room. Just as Anya may have ulterior motives in requesting the medicine, this chapter soon invites questions about Swansea's restriction of this room as well. Jimmy breaks the foam surrounding the sealed locker, releasing the trapped painkillers and a bottle of isopropyl alcohol, which Jimmy takes himself. Anya waits patiently by, ready to shower Jimmy with compliments over his success, another precursor to her asking for help. Again, a request to spare her the nausea and discomfort of giving Curly his medication. As usual, it does not land well, but this time Jimmy's pent-up anger and frustration are even more apparent. He loses any semblance of composure here, admonishing her for burdening him with such a needless task, a sentiment made clear by his assertion that he is actually trying to fix things. The implication being that Curly's pain management is a waste of time, the tasks and feelings of a nurse are simply beneath him. Anya can barely stutter a response before Jimmy begins firing off the various objectives we have been faced with over the course of the game. Find the code scanner, figure out the door code, get the axe, chop up the foam but not too much, and the final task that triggered such animosity and resentment in the first place, give Curly his fucking medicine. The game breaks the fourth wall here as Jimmy's resentful descriptions of the tasks are presented on screen to us through the UI. The game is once again inviting us to look at this from our own perspective. We were the ones taking on these tasks just as much as Jimmy. As they reappeared in sequence like this, I found myself becoming more detached from Jimmy than ever before, and that's really saying something. 5 simple tasks, none of which he had taken on of his own volition, and all of which involved hand-holding, justifying, and encouragement of some kind from Anya. To me, this moment felt rather pathetic. This man has coveted, hungered for, craved this position, and now he has taken it in the most extreme way. He crumbles at the smallest of requests. This is not enough. It is not enough to have orchestrated this entire situation. It is not enough to have doomed the crew. It is not enough to be in charge on a ship that is going nowhere. His attempt at ultimate control has left him powerless and burdened by the humanity of those beneath him, because that is all that is left. 4 human beings trying to survive, and 1 still clinging on to a fantasy of power. He cannot share in Anya's own feelings of despair and helplessness either. He cannot step off the ladder even in his own moment of overwhelm, and so he must attempt to both punish her and make her hold the cost of his own actions and failures. Jimmy frames himself as the victim of his crew's demands when this is what it means to be a captain. His verbal abuse and uncontrolled unleashed anger illustrate that he is doing precisely the opposite of what he is saying. He claims to be bearing it and taking fucking responsibility, that he will take care of it because he always does. This is a man who cannot even take responsibility for his own struggles. Jimmy has become delusion and desperate interpretive dominance personified. Throughout this tirade, take responsibility and take care of it flash on screen, the two phrases splicing into one another, similar to the pre-crash moment where take care of it combines with kills 99%. The game is asking us to pay attention to these words. In this scenario, take care of it remains hollow and sterile as it was before, that warped mirror of corporate sanitization. But now, take responsibility replaces the previous action of kills 99%, though it still represents almost the same thing in Jimmy's ethos. Kills 99% was alluding to sterilization and erasure, something he attempted to achieve through annihilation by crashing the ship. Now, though the words say take responsibility, his behavior illustrates this is still about erasure. He claims to be trying to fix things and moving into repair, but the words flashing on screen invite us to ask what responsibility actually means, what it would mean for us in this scenario. For Jimmy, it becomes clear that the word has a function. He uses it as a shield, allowing him to assert his interpretive dominance once again. He decides what matters. He decides what progress means. He decides whose suffering is important and whose tasks are a burden. There is an irony to him saying fucking responsibility. He cannot even allow the word to exit his mouth without first coating it in the explosive fuel of his resentment and rage first. This is not accountability, but rather controlling what responsibility means. For him, this is taking on the burden of tasks that do not serve his need for hierarchy and feel beneath him. Then there is his version of taking care of it, which is erasure through action. He erases Anya's experience. He reframes Daisuke's attempts to reach out. He overwrites Swansea's rightful suspicions, and he dismisses Curly's pain. In Jimmy's language, care and destruction occupy the same space and become interchangeable. He is unable or unwilling to distinguish care from control, responsibility from punishment, fixing from erasure, leadership from domination. The flashing on screen does highlight a moment of instability, however. It draws attention to the incongruence between his words and actions. Though Jimmy is unwavering in his assertions and manages to silence Anya, the moment doesn't feel controlled or powerful at all. It feels fragile and directionless, a fragility that Jimmy attempts to soothe as he approaches Curly with the painkillers. Once he is alone with Curly, Jimmy's demeanour shifts. This is a stark contrast to his previous medicine scene where he beat Curly into submission. Jimmy is gentler now and begins to speak in solidarity rather than opposition or blame.
I don't think I understood the pressure you were under before. Fuck, you tried to tell me. Our worst moments don't make us monsters, huh? You were a good captain, Curly. And you'll be one again. I'll get us both through this.
In this moment, Curly not only fully transitions into his new role as the embodiment of harm made flesh, the silent holder of cost, but he also becomes Jimmy's mirror. The words he says are not meant for Curly, not really. They are meant for himself. Curly is unable to respond or resist, to ask him to stop, to challenge his authority. In fact, he is now too afraid to even squirm after Jimmy's previous attack. He cannot contradict Jimmy's interpretive dominance, cannot reject his false equivalence of their experiences. Jimmy is not taking responsibility, showing compassion, or trying to repair. He is seeking absolution in a mirror of his own making, a reflection that cannot respond. Jimmy can comfortably care for Curly here because he is the only crew member that cannot enact autonomy. Jimmy's version of care, when he interchanges with violent control, can be performed gently only because it is quiet and unchallenged. However, once the pills are administered, Curly still cries out. Though he cannot speak, evidence of harm still remains. His fixed, unblinking eye and unnatural stillness spell terror. The mirror may be silent, but it is looking back at Jimmy with a knowing glare. One Jimmy simply erases, replacing it with his own interpretation once again. In Jimmy's world, if responsibility becomes the right to interpretive dominance, the right to decide reality, then silence and compliance become essential. Curly is silent because he no longer has autonomy. Jimmy finds stability in him now as he cannot speak and no longer moves. Anya can be made silent, but only through a continual reassertion of dominance, an action that triggers feelings of instability and powerlessness which Jimmy cannot tolerate. Swansea refuses to be silent, and Jimmy does not even attempt to enforce anything onto him, signalling potential feelings of threat or fear that we will explore soon. Daisuke hesitates, attempts to reach Jimmy's humanity, and in doing so identifies himself as a potential tool to be used. Jimmy has failed to secure a uniform obedience, and since his version of responsibility is to achieve complete narrative control, the natural progression forward is to seize control of all bodies within the narrative, autonomous or not. The big picture has fractured, doors have closed off, communication has contracted, and so Jimmy must force open what is closed to him, overwrite individuality, and create his perfect obedient crew of silent mirrors. Daisuke, with his inexperience, his trust, his vulnerability, and his desire to please, is the perfect place to start.
Are you tired of unruly subordinates? Drained by the constant drone of autonomous thought? Frustrated by the unpredictability of crew members playing those pesky old free will and personal opinion cards? At Pony Express, we understand that leadership is hard, especially when your crew insists on remaining human. Introducing the perfect crew. Expect praise galore and consistent, predictable behavior that will never impede on your important work. HR complaints, a thing of the past. You'll never have to second-guess your actions again. Everything is better with a crew that knows you know what's best. No questions needed. The only sound you'll be hearing is the comforting drone of, "Yes, Captain. Thank you, Captain. You are the best captain." Introducing Quiet Mode. Permanent pause, patent pending. And unlimited access to disposables with our junior crew member range. They literally don't know any better. Take responsibility. Shape the crew to fit your needs. Agreement, applause, sedation. Nothing is off the table. Why manage bodies when you can curate them? It's time to take care of it. Create the crew you deserve. Why do you think Pony Express put a lock on the medical room door, but not in the sleeping quarters? No, I suppose for the same reason they put a lock on the cockpit. Safety.
Safety. That's Curly's answer. Safety, the word Pony Express prefers. Something they displace downwards onto those instructed to endure harm quietly. Curly, responsible for preventing harm, fails to even identify the potential danger of a bedroom without a lock. But Curly's conclusion that the medical bay and cockpit locks were ever about safety is incorrect. The fact the word flashes on our screen once again invites us to question its use. In Mouthwashing, locks are about control, not safety. The cargo hold is locked for control. The cockpit is locked for control. The medical bay is locked for control. Tools are locked for control. Even food is locked for control. Areas where personal safety would most likely be breached are left unprotected. Personal boundaries are erased because crew members are not considered as individuals. Access, knowledge, and relief are rationed and locked away. Harm is not prevented with locks and barriers. It is not taken into consideration at all. If it happens, it must be silenced, contained, and rewritten. This line from Anya is one of the most tragic and unnerving in the entire game. What elevates the terror is that Curly identifies the use of a lock, safety, yet fails to identify its need on a bedroom. These systems harm everyone, but some absorb more cost than others. Some cannot even see the need for what others suffer desperately without. Anya has always tried to survive in a system that was built against her in every possible way. By navigating Jimmy, by confiding in Curly, by hiding the gun, by absorbing the cost, by placing her sleeping mat by the Polly mascot, a statue that makes noise when it detects motion.
Polly says, another day in paradise. Yay!
But no matter what she did, nothing was prevented, nothing was stopped. Now, with Curly incapacitated, she confides in Swansea, who is resistant to Jimmy but still inactive. Jimmy continues. He forces her into silence. He smashes the Polly statue. He is relentless, and the harm can no longer be contained, both figuratively and literally as her pregnancy progresses month by month. Never mentioned, never afforded acknowledgement or care. By the time Anya locks herself inside the medical room, the question of safety no longer exists. Safety was never an option for Anya, but the right to decide, even if only a single decision, resides in a lock that was designed for control. Anya locking the door without Jimmy's permission is a direct threat to his interpretive dominance. A Pony Express lock designed to regulate access and preserve hierarchy is used against the system that installed it. This moment is so unprecedented that it is first mistaken for a mechanical failure rather than a choice to defy. Daisuke, being the compliant optimist, still believes in Jimmy and approaches him with urgency and concern. He tells Jimmy that Anya is trapped in medical, that the door has failed and will not open. Clearly panicked, racked with anxiety over what might happen to her trapped in a room without supplies she might need, Daisuke follows Jimmy closely, urging him to help. As they reach the door, he calls inside to Anya, attempting to reassure her with the fact that he has enlisted Jimmy's help, urging her not to panic as his words tremble with concern. Jimmy tries the door before calling out, demanding a response. Anya's text does not tremble. She does not stutter. She refuses Jimmy his title. At first, Jimmy is unable to read the subtext in her calmness, the subtle defiance of her using his name without fear. He decides how serious this would be, attempts to build the reality around the potential loss of medical supplies. That would matter. He asks if she tried hard enough to open the door. Daisuke chips in, making useful suggestions of how she might escape. Anya does not respond. The one person who has consistently had plans, contributed ideas, aided action and cooperation, says nothing in the face of her own rescue plan. This is when the penny drops.
Anya, is the door stuck? No.
Where Daisuke is confused, Jimmy immediately understands. But rather than explain, empathize, and reach out, he of course attempts to gain control again.
Look, we're all stressed, but you can't go breaking down at every little hardship. Open the damn door.
False equivalence, minimization, erasure, and a command. Jimmy pulls out every method he can, but this time it does not work.
You were right. You were right all along. I should have done this from the beginning. I always believed our worst moments didn't define us, didn't make us beyond repair. You think I wanted this either? Make no mistake, this isn't my worst moment. Far from it. It's the best decision I'll ever make. I'll take care of it.
When Jimmy realizes that Anya's locked door is deliberate, the construction of his control hangs in the balance. His key cannot penetrate this lock, no matter which words he chooses, no matter how much he might rage, no matter the level of force. Anya returns Jimmy's repeated phrase back to him, "I'll take care of it," but not before stripping it of the corporate sanitization and masculine bravado it holds. Her meaning is free from dominance. For Anya, "I'll take care of it" is finality and separation, an action that cannot be interrupted, reframed, or used by Jimmy to wallow in his narrative of burden. Anya is taking back control of her own reality. If responsibility for Jimmy is the right to define reality, then this moment acts as a severe narrative breach, one that cannot be tolerated. As a distressed Daisuke begins to bang on the door, helplessly questioning what Anya means, Jimmy begins quietly drafting an escalation. We detach from Jimmy's point of view here, inviting us to see Daisuke objectively in this moment. He is completely in the dark, desperate to help, confused but terrified that disaster could be imminent if they do not act quickly. Just as Jimmy reframed his earlier despair as unfinished utility, he takes advantage of this moment in the same way. Daisuke's concern, desire to be useful, feelings of being a burden, and his trust in Jimmy all culminate to making him the perfect cog in Jimmy's plan to regain control. Jimmy shifts focus, reshaping the situation from a minor inconvenience to an urgent intervention. He frames Anya as unstable and overreactive, and reaches Daisuke's concern by reminding him that Curly is trapped in there with her. The narrative shifts from "why is Anya doing this" to "the door must be opened to protect Curly." If we keep in mind that Curly is now a mirror in Jimmy's mind, the unspoken truth is that he needs to open the door to protect himself. He speaks in the language of necessity and selflessness, positioning Daisuke as essential to the plan by asking him leading questions rather than telling him what to do. This is a subtle but calculated way to hand Daisuke pseudo-authority over what happens next. All the while, Jimmy is still pulling the strings himself. Jimmy places Daisuke on par with Swansea, reminding him that they are the most knowledgeable when it comes to gaining access across the ship. Daisuke hesitates, keen to follow Swansea's lead in such scenarios, but equally eager to be of use and wanting to be compliant. He mentions that the broken vent in utility leads to the medical room, but not without reiterating how Swansea had strictly forbidden entry due to the immense danger. Jimmy ignores the details, signaling that in his reality, the danger does not matter, simply stating that if that's the only way, they will make it work. Compliance is repurposed into a shape resembling heroism, but Jimmy cannot help but make his true intentions obvious to the player as he shouts through the door.
You listening, Anya?
This plan, one that sacrifices the safety of another crew member, is Jimmy's desperate attempt at leverage. If this locked door cannot be forced open with authority, then threats of consequence will have to suffice. Jimmy is taking a final stab at reshaping Anya's story. By risking Daisuke's life in her name, he is suggesting that she will hold responsibility for any harm that comes next. He is preemptively reshaping the narrative, reassigning blame before disaster has even occurred. But Anya remains silent. She no longer participates in Jimmy's narrative. She has said all she ever needed to say to him. Deprived of all his usual tools, Jimmy returns to the quiet, calm demeanor that spells danger. He has made a decision. If he cannot force his way through this lock, then he will tear his way into all else that has been closed to him until he wrangles every last body on this ship into submission. One by one, these remaining crewmates are going to be made quiet and still. Jimmy believes the crew are responsible for his problems. They are obstacles between him and being able to embody his vision of power. Now that Curly is appropriately subdued, Jimmy can make him a mirror, an ideal. When Jimmy's usual methods of control or persuasion run dry, ultimate subjugation at any cost becomes the natural, final step. Jimmy approaches Swansea outside utility, with Daisuke diligently in tow, a wolf leading the lamb to slaughter. But no matter how calculated his plan, neither Daisuke's optimism nor Jimmy's authority can hope to reach Swansea. He has always been a lock that Jimmy cannot pick. This man who approached the inevitability of a morbid fate, like that merry skeleton, the moment Jimmy opened those boxes of mouthwash, is about as non-compliant and ridiculing of their approach as he ever has been. His sole objectives as the ship descends into an endless night are to indulge and to hold authority over his domain, utility. No words can touch him, no demands can shake him. As far as he is concerned, they are all manic, desperate skeletons slowly falling to pieces without their puppeteers to pull them back together. And he is determined to go out dancing without anyone else trying to pull on his strings. He insists that utility is blocked with essential foam, that the vent would be a death trap even if it was accessible. He refuses to entertain any suggestions that might pull the plug early on this party of doom. He holds interpretive dominance over this space, one he decides that Jimmy is not equipped to navigate. Since Jimmy has always seemed hesitant to even try gaining dominance over Swansea, he just pivots away entirely. He cannot be used as a tool, and so instead he is an obstacle to overcome by any means. It is Daisuke who can still be used, so this is where Jimmy turns his full attention. He does this by creating a sense of solidarity between them. Together, we can save Curly, because we are the only ones thinking straight, the only ones capable. Rather than being a burden, Daisuke is given the opportunity to be the savior. Of course, the idea of this excites Daisuke. However, Jimmy's method of overcoming Swansea must be handled carefully. It must seem necessary, forgivable, and righteous for it to be convincing. And so, Jimmy chooses the perfect words. "You're going to have to trust me," before disclosing the plan to knock Swansea out. Daisuke imagines this in the most explosive way possible, his words trembling with shock and trepidation as he believes Jimmy is going to fight Swansea. But what Daisuke cannot comprehend is that the reality is far more sinister. With a chilling straightforwardness, Jimmy describes his plan to push Swansea into a drunken stupor, to make him pass out using alcohol, something he likes. Jimmy describes it as simple and safe, with the unnerving detail that he might not even realize we did anything after the fact. Jimmy is trying to sell this plan to Daisuke as something soft and inconsequential, something Swansea might even do to himself without their intervention. The casual way he describes this situation almost seems like he has done it before, and given his track record, his comfort with the idea of someone not remembering what you did to them holds a horrifying undertone. Before Daisuke can even answer, the plan has been finalized to spike a mocktail recipe with the potentially deadly isopropyl he grabbed from the medical cabinet previously, and trick Swansea into drinking it. Illustrating his ignorance to the dangers ahead, Daisuke imagines their mission as being like a heist movie and describes the drink as looking sick, like something he would sip at the beach with a hot babe before throwing up and never drinking again. Jimmy has framed this as safe, normalized, and so the worst outcome Daisuke can imagine is something humorous and relatable. He does not know this isopropyl can be deadly. He trusts Jimmy, who is guiding him towards a fatal pathway he cannot even see coming. Jimmy approaches Swansea again, this time with camaraderie instead of urgency. He is carefully clasping the strings of Swansea's skeletal puppet, ready to slice, not pull. He speaks of shared burdens and stress. He reaches Swansea's reckless abandon with a drink of solidarity. Swansea takes the bait, but not before a final reality check.
You never should have come here. Who the f*** even decided to let you board, huh? Stick the idiot with a bunch of sad sack adults and see what he learns, eh? Bootstraps and all that. What a load of horse shit. You think it's all going somewhere, but every failure leaves you a little more mangled than before. Older, uglier, meaner, smarter in a worse way.
In this moment, in the tight, detached point of view that hugs these two characters together, we can see that Daisuke is Swansea's mirror. Rather than a false mirror like Curly is to Jimmy, it is a mirror of absolute truth, a mirror that shows a past self unburdened. When Swansea describes Daisuke as an idiot, what he really means is unknowing, naive, and unburdened by the ugly truth, and that the system he trusts needs him to be that way. The truth that has slowly mangled Swansea into that older, uglier, meaner man. Daisuke does not belong here, not because he is a burden, not because he is useless, but because someone so hopeful, enthusiastic, willing, and kind can only be used as a disposable tool in a place like this, under Pony Express, under Jimmy. His desire and drive to please is only sending him skipping down the path to being crushed and changed into someone he may no longer recognize, the cynical man who looks back at him through this cosmic reflection, unreachable. This framing, removed from Jimmy, shows us the truth. Swansea has the knowledge Daisuke needs, but has become so bitter, so changed, that he cannot speak in words that can reach his counterpart. Swansea's moment of clarity and lucidity is disrupted by Jimmy's narrative reframing as he goes on to stop him in his tracks.
Wallowing doesn't suit you, Swansea.
This turns Swansea's attention away from Daisuke, the one with whom he might be able to share solidarity and action, and towards Jimmy instead, the stand-in for the system that has jaded him, that he wants nothing to do with but is just as tethered to as everyone else. This elicits the desired effect. Swansea returns to his objective, to indulge, to abandon, defy, and dance without his strings being pulled. He unknowingly perpetuates a damaging part of the system he despises, the old abandoning the young. He throws back the drink without realizing his bones are already scattered across the floor, and his mirror to a more hopeful time is a person in the here and now, one who desperately needs him for guidance. Daisuke is clearly frightened and disturbed by how suddenly Swansea is knocked out, though he is once again easily swayed into reassurance by Jimmy's softening and reframing. This lulls Daisuke from fearing for Swansea's safety and health to worrying about how upset he will be when he wakes. Corporate consequence. This worry leaves Daisuke vulnerable to Jimmy's final persuasive push.
It's time to be brave, Daisuke.
As they open the door, a hidden truth is finally uncovered. Utility, which Swansea insisted was inaccessible due to foam, was almost entirely clear of it. Daisuke meets this discovery with excitement, pointing out that of the multiple cryostasis pods lining the walls, one is still operational. He asks Jimmy how long the pods can keep a person frozen, to which the ominously quiet captain finally utters some words.
20 fucking years.
The contrast between Daisuke's bewildered enthusiasm and Jimmy's short, angered responses builds a horribly uncomfortable tension. The fact Swansea has hidden this from them is an affront to Jimmy. Jimmy is the one who creates narratives, but now he comes to discover, almost half a year after the crash, that he has been deceived. He begins to try taking back interpretive control by assuming malice, theorizing that Swansea must have been biding his time, selfishly saving the one working cryopod for himself, despite having no evidence for this. Daisuke challenges Jimmy's version of events, reasonably wanting to ask Swansea about it when he wakes. But Jimmy is not looking for truth. He's desperate, out of control, and looking for reasons to tear apart what he perceives as insolent acts of resistance against his version of reality. He quickly pulls Daisuke back to task as they look towards the vent. Wires hanging, sparks flying. Daisuke expresses his anxiety about how much more gnarly it must look on the inside. Jimmy does not respond to his concerns anymore. He simply reaffirms their hero plan. You could make it through. We need to try it. We detach from Jimmy, seeing Daisuke looking up into the gaping, ruined maw of a vent. He hesitates again. We know he doesn't really want to do this, and he even tries to reinstate Swansea's dominance over ship safety one last time, but by now it is too late, and Swansea is no longer able to intervene himself. There is no one left to speak against the captain's version of reality, and Daisuke is all too malleable. Jimmy is now ready to inflict Daisuke with a fatal push into the dark, and so he uses the respect and wish to please that he feels towards his mentor as a dangling carrot.
You said you could handle it. Swansea taught you well, right? Time to prove it. He'll be impressed when he wakes up. Proud. You think so? Daisuke, everyone's counting on you. Captain's orders.
Daisuke looks small as his body disappears into the narrow, unlit passage. The cold metal echoes with his every movement, clanging over the incessant buzz of electrical damage. Jimmy waits below, his silence and freedom of movement contrasting violently with the obvious danger of the task he has so calmly orchestrated. Suddenly, darkness descends. A harrowing scream, an electrical failure, lingering groans that spell irreparable damage. Daisuke is reduced to a tool, reduced to function. But here in the vent that was not designed to support flesh, he can only absorb and endure the harm that was inevitable from the moment this plan was born. He groans in agony, and Jimmy remains silent. Through all his promises of we, this moment illustrates what was always clear in the small print of Jimmy's persuasions. Daisuke is alone. In his pain, he is abandoned by the system that mangled him into its winding vents with promises of rewards and threats of disaster. He crawls on, now bound to the system's course. He finds Anya. The urgency that propelled them into this room collapses into stillness for a moment. The room does not contain chaos, not instability to be calmed, nor evil to be vanquished. It contains a silent, undeniable conclusion. Anya has already acted. There is nothing left to reframe or rewrite. Anya has put a full stop at the end of her story, her reality, and can never again be reached by Jimmy's attempts to intrude on her pages with redactions and amendments. Anya's previous final words carry a quiet precision and lucidity that makes them devastating in retrospect. In her final moments, she did not respond to Jimmy's commands, nor attempt to dismantle or argue against his minimizations. She simply steps outside of it. Her reality is enough. She does not need to justify it to him. For months, she endured quietly, believing that our worst moments didn't define us or make us monsters. In telling herself that harm could be compartmentalized, she was attempting to survive the unsurvivable. That takes a strength that is difficult to illustrate sufficiently through words. Her belief about people and their worst moments was stolen by Jimmy, repurposed to try gaining absolution without accountability, something he could only do when speaking to his silent mirror. But Anya reclaims it in her last words. She recognizes that some acts do define us. Some harms cannot be undone through containment or the passage of time. This woman was pregnant. Her body itself has been intruded on, turned into evidence. She carried not only the cost of a system that did not protect her, but the harm made flesh, a silent, unseen violence. This isn't my worst moment, far from it, is a taking back of the scattered timeline. Her worst moment was not even seen and was not in her control at all. For the first time in the story, taking care of it refers to actual ownership. Anya has decided what happens to her body, tragic and terminal as it may be. She has disallowed Jimmy from twisting her suffering into another chapter of his false self-tragedy. This ship is doomed. The systems have already long failed. Any further engagement in this reality will be directed by Jimmy's narrative. That is simply unsurvivable. If death is unavoidable, then the manner of slipping away is the final realm of autonomy. In locking the door and choosing her fate, Anya has reclaimed reality from Jimmy. She was never going to harm Curly. She could scarcely handle medicating him without his verbal consent. She anchors truth beside him instead. Jimmy's mirror now holds consequence, something he struggles to accept as his mind blurs it from view. In her final words and actions, she does not just refuse him, she pins him to the truth. Anya's decision is already final, but it is also rendered unmanipulable because of what has happened to Daisuke. He too can no longer receive Jimmy's reframing of reality. Daisuke lies gravely injured on a sleeping mat in the lounge, writhing and groaning in immense pain as blood pours from his broken body. The only decipherable words he can muster are apologies. Swansea has awoken from his chemical slumber, shocked and incensed with rage at what Jimmy has done. We detach from Jimmy's perspective several times through these scenes as he and Swansea linger above this final, fading hope. Jimmy's orchestration, Swansea's inaction, Daisuke is the cost. Jimmy remains clinging to his delusions and narratives that he can fix everything, be the hero somehow of this constructed story. However, now he is left with only one crew member who can communicate, one he cannot turn into a mirror, cannot manipulate or dominate into submission, the one crew member that embodies a direct threat and retort to his delusions. One that thus far has been vocal without action, but the sight of his own mirror to the past, now shattered, twisted, mangled possibly beyond repair, begins to send him teetering over the edge. He directly challenges Jimmy's rapidly crumbling reality.
Why do you keep saying that? Are you hearing yourself?
Swansea's words tremble with rage as he learns the only item that might have been able to help Daisuke, the isopropyl, had been used to spike his drink. Jimmy attempts to regain control by blaming him for having essentially forced his hand, that he had to sedate him into submission. As always, Swansea does not falter, his emotions only intensifying as he swears and slams the wall, a small detail mirroring Jimmy's previous table slam, a sign that Swansea has taken a mental step towards physical violence. However, he affords Jimmy a final chance to find an alternative as the two begin searching for disinfectant. Another bizarro sequence begins as Jimmy takes on this final task-made burden in his captain delusion. He approaches the cargo hold, a place we know is stacked with nothing but mouthwash, useless for disinfecting. The path is blocked by a tombstone etched with the words Semper Desiderari, Latin for never forgotten, and decorated with a single hibiscus flower, the same one seen on Daisuke's floral shirt. Etched into the stone is the code scanner symbol indicating its use here in getting through the grave that stops Jimmy in his tracks. A captain is granted corporate permission to step over a subordinate's grave. As the stone disappears, the scanner reveals a trail of blood leading down into the hold, now set impossibly deep in the bowels of the ship, somewhere at the end of chaotic, logic-defying stairways, their destination unclear, lost in endless darkness. Take care of it and take responsibility once again intrude on the screen, a pairing of words which have now become synonymous with a feeling of impending death. The sound design in this sequence is nightmarish and all-consuming. An electric-like buzz persists constantly, only interrupted by strangely monstrous screeches that seem to come from nowhere. All Jimmy can do now is descend, further and further, deeper and deeper. The Pony Express logo is illuminated all around him, lingering above and below as he follows the trail of blood deep into its complex structure. Finally, Be Quiet flashes across the screen before Jimmy is transported to a bizarro recreation of the hold, a labyrinthine network of disorienting walkways from which no stairs actually lead to or from. You cannot get here without following death and rot as deep as it can go. As Jimmy starts to walk, the loud clanging of his steps juxtaposes with the previous command to be quiet, creating an instant sense of unease. You cannot get away from here without defying this rule. This place thrums with an invisible threat, an invisible violence that hangs in the air. It makes you want to be quiet, to be still, and yet every move is an unavoidable scream of attention that echoes through the vast shadow. You must try to survive, but to survive you would have to be soundless, invisible, still, and inhuman. This sequence is doing a multitude of things. This is a horror recreation of the system itself. It's a long descent to the bottom of the ladder, reversing Jimmy's position from an in-control dominator to someone powerless, lost, and subject to the omnipotent, ever-changing will of the structure he exists in. It is a recreation of Daisuke's doomed venture into the vent, a dangerous, unknown passage through which he had no choice but to move forward and navigate his way to the end, pushed by a reckless Jimmy, unsure of what would even be found when he got there and if it would be worth the cost at all. It is also reminiscent of Curly, a captain blindly moving forward, only able to see the blood and harm through a corporate lens, blind to a threat that feels so near for those who do not have the power to take action against it. This sequence also puts Jimmy into a position that reflects Anya's, as he soon comes to discover he is not going to be left alone to complete this task here. He finds a note on one of the many boxes of mouthwash that litter the maze of paths, with the words, "A blind beast, aimless and restless. You can't run from it." An unnerving foreshadowing as he tries to navigate this disorientating system, one that is not built for easy navigation. He is hunted, blocked, and stalked by a terror only he can see. A freakish, twisted version of Polly, the Pony Express horse mascot, crawls around the hold, invisible without the captain's special light from the code scanner, the only thing that can marginally serve to protect him. He is granted the vision to see what Anya begged Curly to stop, a manifestation of the predatory system that forced her to hold cost, and in tandem, a manifestation of himself and what his actions have birthed. The only way to stop it is to be still, be quiet, and watch in terror as it slowly ascends away again until the next time you dare to move forward. If the twisted Polly captures movement, it distorts Jimmy's view, altering his perception, and physically resets him back to the beginning again. This section is rightfully painstaking and difficult, a horrifying cocktail that reveals the truth of everything the crew have been forced to hold quietly and out of sight. At its end is no heroic finding to save the day, just an appropriately anticlimactic and devastating reward. Reality. There is no disinfectant, no way to save anyone in a place like this. A single bottle of mouthwash Jimmy must prise from Polly's hoof. The motion-activated sound as he approaches, now so garbled and destroyed that no platitudes can be spewed. The veil is gone, and as Jimmy secures this mockery of a prize, reality suddenly reappears. This image of Daisuke, of Anya, of Curly, they are synonymous with the nightmarish hold. Just like it, they hold the cost. However, Jimmy is still subject to this sequence. He still views himself as the victim, the one who is impeded and held back. Jimmy cannot let go of delusion, cannot take true accountability. Daisuke tries to speak, tragically taking the blame by saying, "I messed up." Jimmy offers no comfort and takes no responsibility as he tells him not to speak, to be quiet, to hold. Daisuke writhes in pain. Jimmy offers no solution as he pours the useless liquid onto his wounds, despite knowing it will not work. It is an illusion to bolster his self-perception. It does not repair, does not heal, it only creates more pain. Jimmy tells Daisuke not to move, to be still, to hold. But through all of this, what Jimmy has been attempting to wrangle into submission does not bend, it breaks. The final uncontrolled crewmate slowly tips over that teetered-on edge. In the wreckage at the bottom, the quiet stillness Jimmy has cultivated starts to curdle and swell, souring into a beast he can no longer fully control. Swansea speaks to Daisuke, a final exchange of truth before the lingering nightmare in the depths of the hold starts to insist its rightful place in reality.
Hey kid, you hear me? Daisuke? Daisuke?
Jimmy looks up at Swansea, watching him as he lifts the utility axe. Jimmy commands him to stop moving, be still. Swansea is no longer distracted from his counterpart. In this moment, he finally sees him, not a faraway reflection of something he lost of himself, not a hindrance to be managed, not a piece of the system he hates. A young man with hopes and dreams, who trusted him to the end, who was mangled by the system in an even more brutal way than him when his knowing eyes were distracted away. But he will be distracted no more.
It's all right, Daisuke. Calm down. This line of work, you could never have become like miserable old Swansea. What a tragedy. Decades of hauling ass for Pony Express, big mighty bruiser with all his shiny tools. This is where it got me. The good life, huh? I thought you were dumber than a can of paint, always just chewing my ear off about nothing. Useless ray of goddamn sunshine. Not an ace student, career workhorse or force of ambition. Just a damn good kid trying his best. You could have taught an old fool like me a lot. Close your eyes, Daisuke.
The camera detaches, rescinding down the hallway as if to escape the tragedy of this vision. When the old abandon the young, turn away, dissolve into the system they hate and become cynical, rejecting but inactive, they leave those who could benefit from their guidance to suffer the same fate. The ray of sunshine is useless here because it's just too painful to look at. But it's only once the light is snuffed out that the cost of its absence becomes undeniable. This is really encapsulated and recognized by his parting words. You could have taught an old fool like me a lot. Just as Swansea drove the axe into the perpetual sunset going nowhere, he ends Daisuke's suffering, the last member that held on to hope, to life, now gone forever. This marks a critical breaking point for Swansea, too late to save lives, but with a relentless force that promises to fight against Jimmy's narrative until the bitter end. Jimmy does what he always has. He begins to redistribute the cost, funneling it into the last viable option. He calls Swansea a monster, accuses him of plotting the crew's demise, planning to take the one cryopod for himself. He even goes as far as to insinuate Swansea had planted ideas inside Anya's mind, leading to her death. But Swansea does not meet Jimmy with denials, nor fawning, fear, trust, or submission. Swansea, too, pins him to the truth. that Anya told him what Jimmy did, that he does not care about the cryopod, insinuating he was saving it for Daisuke or Anya. That Jimmy can save himself for all he cares and continue his stories and delusions however he pleases if he ever gets found. That Swansea is happy to remain on the ship, that he has everything he needs right there. The only thing he will not do is partake in delusion, the one thing Jimmy demands. There are no more sounds of shock or reveal here, no laboured breath, no screams, no rising music, just unadorned, immovable words that communicate something clear. You cannot move me. You cannot silence me. Swansea forces Jimmy out of his battle for perception because he simply refuses to engage in it at all. He does not morally posture, fall into terror, or beg for escape. He simply fills the room with something Jimmy finds more smothering than the ripe rot and decay: truth. Heavy and unwavering, it deprives Jimmy of something vital to his position: narrative control and ambiguity. Here, in the flayed ruin of a ship, with only 2 men left standing, one who understands the system and one it protects, ambiguity is gone. No one left to impress, fool, persuade, or dominate. No more ladder rungs to climb. Only truth. For Jimmy, someone the system is designed to protect, truth is the most lethal threat he could face. Not violence or control, but responsibility. A narrative that cannot be altered to make him the hero and victim he sees in his false mirror. Hierarchy has been whittled down to 2 men who refuse to move and a body that can't. One clinging to the rotten bones of his delusions, and one with clarity and a weapon. Though Swansea could have attacked him here if he intended to, he does not. He offers Jimmy an out by firmly rejecting the pod himself. Swansea leaves with the axe, but Jimmy still has annihilation on his mind. Survival was never his aim. Erasure is. Death was never the greatest threat. It is exposure. It is losing control of the story. Ironically, Swansea not taking the pod and instead offering it to Jimmy heightens the threat he feels instead of reducing it, as it denies him narrative control. That is what matters to him more than anything. What comes next will eventually lead us to this recreation of the fateful party scene, a scene where we see that Jimmy has a deadly vision for the perfect crew under his captaining, one where each member is soundless and lifeless, only able to express themselves if it asks nothing of him or aligns with his own self-image. But before we get there, Jimmy must deal with that final obstacle that Swansea represents, a remainder that has not yet been sanitized. Jimmy unlocks the revolver hidden beneath Curly's medical bed. It is labelled the Pony Express Protection Kit, issued to captains in case of unrest amongst the crew. As Jimmy takes the gun, Curly does something surprising. Through pained, breathy groans, he erupts into laughter. This is the laugh of someone observing a collapsing performance. They are literally surrounded by the cost of Jimmy's actions. Curly himself, Anya's body beside him, streaks of Daisuke's blood smeared across the floor. All this while knowing Swansea is the final autonomous opposition to Jimmy's tale of heroism. Curly can only laugh at the irony of Jimmy picking up the self-protection revolver in the aftermath of his own needless violence. Something not even Curly could bring himself to do when he had every reason to. This moment is a simple yet immense narrative rupture. Curly still has his mind. He could only serve as a mirror while Jimmy was shielded from what he truly thought. the laughter shatters that glass, it breaks the illusion. Jimmy is alone in his delusions, and from here on, the bizarro sequences become more frequent. Jimmy can no longer keep reality at bay. It begins to fracture his perception, disallowing us as players from seeing what is actually happening anymore outside of nightmarish or twisted recreations of the truth. These sequences are doing two things at once. They are positioning Jimmy as the victim to something monstrous and out of his control, his perception, while simultaneously validating and uncovering the horrors that the crew have been subjected to, something we can continue to unravel. It is now our turn to begin rejecting Jimmy's version of events and recontextualizing his waking nightmare as the birth of his own creation.
It's alive!
There is nothing that illustrates this quite as clearly as what happens right after this scene where Curly laughs. As Jimmy moves to leave the medical bay, he sees Swansea at the end of the hall, standing in the lounge doorway. The moment Jimmy reveals himself, Swansea suddenly animates and begins barreling towards him without warning, axe raised and screeching his name. As you can see from my gameplay footage, this was so unexpected that I instinctually opened the item menu to grab the revolver and protect myself, even if in retrospect, by this point, I had zero desire to protect Jimmy. It just shows how unusual and shocking this moment was that I didn't even think twice before reactively opening the menu. Swansea feels like a relentless beast in this moment, very a la Jack Torrance from The Shining.
Danny? Danny boy?
The scene bleeds away before it can conclude, and I have to say it left me immediately perplexed. Swansea had walked away, not under any illusions about what had happened or who Jimmy is, but calm and with resolve. He took the axe, sure, he doesn't trust Jimmy, rightfully so that makes sense. But why would someone walk away and resign from entertaining anything of what Jimmy is doing, only to come back with this much savage energy, seemingly out of the blue? And why do this after Jimmy has had time to arm himself or make a plan? In fact, why wait here until Jimmy opens the door like a dungeon boss who just got aggroed? This is not how people work. If Swansea intended to kill Jimmy, he would have done it here, not here. This moment simply does not make sense, and it makes even less sense when you realise this is not the first vision of an axe-wielding pursuit that Jimmy has had. We were shown a scene titled 6 Hours Before Judgment, which plays without context in the game's disordered timeline, but can now be looked at with all the events we have explored in this essay considered. When this scene is shown in-game, it feels extremely jarring and out of place, as it comes before Daisuke and Anya's deaths, before Anya's pregnancy reveal, before the truth about the crash, and before many major confirmations of Jimmy's horrendous acts. It serves as a standalone foreshadowing that can only make you wonder what the hell is going to happen on this ship to warrant this. Jimmy locks himself inside the cockpit, with an enraged Swansea banging frantically on the door, screaming at him to get out. The music is berserk and panicked, with Jimmy searching around to try and figure out a way to keep Swansea from getting to him. All the while, Swansea shouts through the door with threats and promises to not only get him, but chop him into pieces when he does. The only usable objects in this room are a length of nylon rope hanging in this locker and a broken pipe that can be lifted from the wall. Upon opening our inventory, there is a strange item censored by static and labelled with 3 question marks, the description being only an ominous observation about Jimmy's current state. My hands won't stop shaking. Jimmy attempts to block the door, but Swansea then simply smashes through the window, the scene bleeding away as he reaches in for the lock. Once again, the parallels to The Shining are quite stark here. This is a full-on, here's Johnny moment if ever I've seen one, and I began to realise that was actually rather important. In The Shining, Wendy Torrance is infamously stalked through a supernatural hotel by her axe-wielding husband, Jack, who has slowly lost his mind. She is tormented, trapped on this mountain in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by heavy snow with nowhere to run. Shelley Duvall's performance is particularly striking as it reflects the exceptionally grueling and emotionally draining direction she was subjected to in order to get the desired effect of terrorized exhaustion. Anya's design is inspired by Shelley Duvall's Wendy, so it certainly caught my attention when I realised that Jimmy was the stand-in for her character in this recreation of The Shining's most iconic scene, reversing victim and offender in a very direct way. In fact, as touched on earlier, this happens in every one of Jimmy's bizarro sequences. He is the victim to these nightmarish, intrusive happenings, but now that we know better, we can actually use these scenes to try and piece together the reality that they try to hide or justify. If each of these scenes is a sort of reversal of victim and offender, then reversing the roles back again is a good place to start. Doing this to the cargo hold scene is very effective. A blind beast, aimless and restless, you can't run from it, is a very fitting descriptor for Jimmy's behaviour. He is aimless, restless, and inescapable on the ship, relentlessly seeking something more than what he has, though when he finally seizes his aim to become captain, it's quite clear that the role was never what he wanted. He blindly follows and engages in actions which make him feel in control, powerful, not less than. But nothing is ever enough. Nothing can satisfy because he is not the center of the universe. Other people and systems exist, have needs and wants, have interactions that elicit consequences. His intolerance and inability to accept or adapt to this makes him beast-like. The fact he is human may make his threat less visible and seemingly manageable to some, which makes him even more of a threat to others. But in the end, he will destroy and hold back everyone in his path indiscriminately. These 2 axe-wielding scenes have the same chapter opening, 6 hours before judgment. They represent the same moment, the moment that Jimmy decides to hunt Swansea down, not the other way round. The censored item in the cockpit version of the attack is more than likely the revolver. The absence of the rope and pipe in the medbay version suggests that the true order of events looks more like the following. Swansea left the room telling Jimmy to do what he wants, but refusing to buy into his narratives. He takes the axe so that Jimmy won't be able to use it, and presumably for protection if he does come after him. Jimmy cannot tolerate the Swansea who walked away with clarity, who could not be dominated, reframed, or erased. Swansea therefore becomes the embodiment of judgment. Unable to tolerate this version of events, Jimmy therefore recasts Swansea as the aggressor, manufacturing a threat he can justify defending himself against. Jimmy gets the revolver from the medical bay. Curly's reaction shatters the illusion of solidarity Jimmy attempted to root in him, heightening the chaotic reimagining of scenes from here onwards. Jimmy goes to the cockpit with the gun, retrieves the pipe, which he notes is still strong enough to be repurposed, and a rope which he notes he could use. Sometime between this gathering of items, 6 hours before judgment, and the corpse party scene, 1 hour before judgment, Swansea has been killed, but we are kept from the reality of his end by drawn-out, terrifying sequences where Jimmy is pursued by axes, forced through terrifying blood-splattered vents, and haunted by the image of Daisuke, whose brutalized face takes over the screen anytime we turn Jimmy's character away from responsibility, or try to turn back when the game tells us we cannot. Just like the cargo hold sequence, we can easily reverse victim and offender here. Jimmy pushed Daisuke to die a needless, slow, agonizing death. He forced him to take responsibility for what was caused by Jimmy's wrongdoing. There was no way for Daisuke to turn back once he entered the deadly vent, and no other conclusion waiting for him at the end than finality. The vents are dotted with shrine-like clusters of Daisuke's signature hibiscus flowers, famed for their fleeting beauty due to their one-day bloom, along with Game Boys and board game pieces. Little allusions to his playful, cooperative character that feel painfully out of place and disturbing here, often marked by blood smears. This vent, this system that was never designed to support flesh, to support humans, is surprisingly well navigated by Jimmy. He faces the notes that demand responsibility, demand his focus, and simply walks backwards, creating distance without turning away and having to be invaded by this image. Unlike Daisuke, he understands how to navigate this system. When he manipulates it, he remains unharmed. The further he walks from the vent, from responsibility, the louder this noise becomes. A cacophony of mechanical and human sounds merge into something indistinguishable. Some sound like groans and cries, some like the releasing of a valve or the relentless pumping of a piston. A single, relentless mass, an anthem fit for a blind beast protected by a system that harms. As Jimmy moves forwards, everything begins to defy logic. Gravity shifts, hallways are twisted, and when he arrives in the med bay once again, it is barely recognizable, as what was once the floor has now become a wall. But this vent, surrounded by an aggressive mass of axes, is the med bay vent from which Daisuke emerged. It flops open as if to invite Jimmy inside, and is no longer marked with warnings, dangers, or blood. This is just a theory, but I believe this bizarro sequence is the closest to reality of all the ones that lead to Swansea's death. I think that after Jimmy gathered the revolver, rope, and pipe uninterrupted, he returned to the medbay and entered the vent with the plan to ambush Swansea, who would never expect him to come from there. Of course, we do not know where Swansea went after he left Jimmy in the lounge following Daisuke's death, but Jimmy definitely knew. He had already been to the medbay, walked through the entire ship to the cockpit, and back again before this. It may seem strange for Jimmy to risk his life by going into the vent for real, but we must keep in mind the established reality that Jimmy's objective is not actually survival. Not only this, but by sending Daisuke in there previously, the path that led to his grave injuries will have been made more easily avoidable due to the trails of blood. Blood that has been erased and unrecognized in Jimmy's version of events. We can find where Daisuke was likely injured, marked only by the fleetingly beautiful hibiscus, now caged off from access in this warped recreation, symbolizing how the sacrifices and harm of those beneath Jimmy can quite literally point the way to his own protection, safety, and success without him having to put in the work or risk himself. Because this vent feels uncharacteristically real for a bizarro sequence, it flagged up in my mind as being a slightly more honest reflection of reality. The differences that occur here all feel very symbolic. As mentioned, the erasure and stepping over of Daisuke's sacrifice, which is also mirrored by the previous stepping through his grave. the topsy-turvy room, and the removal of danger signs meant to keep people out. In its place, a vent that opens itself for you. These differences all point towards one continually emerging truth. This world, this system is built for Jimmy. The places that are closed to others open for him. What harms someone else leads him towards control. And yet, he still views the world as hostile. Impossible axes frozen in threat, but without an attacker to be seen. Another one thrown suddenly in the vent, but again with no origin, no explanation. It only frightens rather than harms. Jimmy lives in a system built around protecting and enabling him, and yet he still feels like the victim. By the time he plops out of the vent on the other side, Swansea is already tied to a chair. We finally learn the use of that rope. Jimmy is so determined to preserve his identity as victim that the act of knocking Swansea out with the pipe and restraining him cannot even be shown. He perceives that he falls into situations that are detached from his actions, necessary because of his fears and desires, and not really in his hands. And yet, in this moment, when we see Swansea helplessly tied up, and as Jimmy reaches for the revolver again, the idea of self-defense becomes absurd. Shooting anywhere here transports Jimmy into another surreal setting, a graveyard. Similar to other Bizarro sequences, and indeed to the ship itself, the graveyard is constructed in a winding, claustrophobic and maze-like manner through which Jimmy must aimlessly wander through the fog between towering headstones of remembrance. These stones, engraved with "I remember you, so you are eternal," reflect Jimmy's narcissistic obsession with how he is perceived and illustrate why survival means nothing to him in the face of losing control over narrative. If he is not remembered as a hero, then life simply has no meaning, no value. And rather than looking inward to understand what it would take from him to be remembered with fondness, he wants to have his cake and eat it too. Consider only himself and control the perceptions and memories of others at any cost. All of this to preserve an image of a person he has taken no care to nurture meaningfully. An image that would be better suited to someone like Anya or Daisuke, the latter of which seems to be the one buried here. However, if we reverse victim and offender again, it's plain to see that Jimmy is not honouring or seeing Daisuke as a hero worth remembering, nor someone he feels more remorse and sorrow over harming. He does not see him as a full person. That is evident from the fact he does not acknowledge his part in his death, nor how he directly benefits from his harm. This is a false recognition, where it may as well be Jimmy's image here in place of Daisuke's. Anya, though also dead, is not represented here at all because she has never been afforded any sort of recognition from Jimmy. In both cases, he is still unable to view them as humans that he damaged irreparably. There are a few layers to this sequence. Jimmy is stalking the cemetery looking for Swansea. Swansea is stalking Jimmy, taking him by surprise by intermittently lunging at him from the fog. Whenever Swansea appears, Jimmy can shoot him, after which he runs away. If he misses or Swansea manages to get him, the sequence resets to a mausoleum with the photograph of Daisuke. Take Care of It and Kills 99% appear here again as well, a mirror of the screen that came before Jimmy's previous attempt at crew annihilation. And beneath all of this lies the reality. Swansea is tied to a chair in utility, facing Jimmy's barrel. After this imaginary game of cat and mouse ends, we are returned to the scene of the impending execution. This time we see the two remaining men only in silhouette as various scenes of life pass by in the background, fragments of domesticity, memory, and mundane. The ropes are gone. Swansea leans in now, hands on his lap, calm, critical but measured, and willing to share his perspective. The violence that brought us here is no longer visible, save for the shape of a revolver that hangs by Jimmy's side, uncocked. As with the vent and the cemetery, the material conditions of what has happened are softened and removed, turned into an abstract stage. If truth can be found here, it is carefully curated. I struggle to believe that Swansea, upon waking up in the chair, went quietly. We know that Jimmy has already shot once before the cemetery scene, and so by this stage, Swansea may already be dead, the unfiltered truth of his final words unable to be relived in their honest form. By the end of his speech, he will be shot again, and since his later corpse bears 2 wounds to the head, it raises the possibility that the first was indeed the fatal one, that the cemetery scene was a dissociative interlude, and that the final shot is fired into a corpse. If true, then this exchange is not literal, but rather a reconstruction performed through a filter Jimmy can tolerate or believes can be used to justify himself. The speech does stand out among Jimmy's other reconstructions, however. It feels strongly grounded in something real. There is no flattery, forgiveness, or undeserved praise as you might expect from a figment of his imagination, and critically, it does not absolve him. Before we dissect this, I just want to take a moment to say that this is genuinely one of the most incredible, powerful, and deeply impactful monologues I have personally experienced in gaming. The writing, the presentation, the perfect blend of reality and abstraction culminate in what has definitely earned a place as one of the greatest confrontation scenes in psychological horror, period. I highly recommend just going to watch this scene yourself if you haven't played the game. It is profoundly affecting and really stays with you. Swansea demands Jimmy's silent attention and begins exploring his own flaws, admitting to his own failures, and wholeheartedly accepts his mangled wreckage of a person without polish or embellishment. He does not glamorize himself, blame others, nor run away from his shortcomings. He reflects on his time as an active alcoholic and how it came to an abrupt end when a vision of his own bloated corpse came to him after being blasted by the ray of a streetlight. The fear of his own mortality and hurtling towards an end so devoid of dignity was enough to scare him into getting sober. This led to him pursuing a normal life, saying he got a collar shirt, mortgage, and a credit card. In his words, all the things that make a good man. He wanted to be better so his children would have the chance to not be like him. Wanted to believe he was more than just a drink away from tearing down his new construction of a life. But Swansea acknowledges an uncomfortable truth, one he is sure to emphasize specifically to Jimmy. I'm telling you. The unrelenting nature of maintaining that manufactured normalcy, the image of a man and what he should be, of upkeeping a facade that is built over compulsions and self-medicating, never culminated into a sense of achievement, success, or contentedness that could match the indulging in his addiction, not his loving wife, nor his great kids. Swansea complicates himself at the center of his confession. His years of sinking into the sofa, the world spinning, the way he describes them in this visceral, poetic way, paints his drunken nights as physically harrowing and emotionally volatile. Broken glass in my palms, bleeding dry, the funniest thing ever. Old dogs laughing and snarling on a waterbed floor, mocking the moon for daring to show its face. All nausea and wreckage and vomit and ugly cruelty. The way he describes this era of his life forms a nightmarish vision of animalistic descents into vicious fights, bleeding into carefree hilarity. Words that feel violent and melancholic over the images of fragmented mundane that are their backdrop. He describes it in such a metaphorical and image-rich manner because indulging in addiction is, in a sense, removing yourself from the rules of the functional world. It is a forfeiting of the self, a giving of the body, soul, and mind over to a substance, often in the hopes it can quell something deeper, something void-like and far more consuming. These lines are not there to romanticize this time. It was battering, destructive, and hideous, and yet he does not attempt to delude himself, asserting that despite this vision of horror, they remain the best days of his life. Back then, the only problem was an empty bottle, simple, refillable, replaceable. The ugliness and brutality of his existence was immediate and raw, but the architecture of that good man did not offer transcendence. Instead, it replaced one endless spiral with another, a spiral with hidden, insidious harm, which does not offer a simple solution when the spirit runs dry. Maintenance, routine, endless desperate effort with a finish line that rewards a further lap performed with unwavering morale. This monologue exposes the hollowness of the life he bought into. The years of nausea and wreckage and vomit and ugly cruelty become the years of clarity, a more visible version of suffering he grimly recognizes as preferable, where the maintenance is just as destructive, but at least it's honest. The purpose of this speech is to create another pivot point for Jimmy's character. We are detached from anyone's point of view again here, inviting us to consider this scene from an outside perspective. We see these two men in states that do not entirely reflect reality. Silhouettes, these are stark and raw depictions. Swansea's relaxed position, calm speech, and freedom from his binds, along with Jimmy's casual stance, compliant silence as Swansea speaks, and his lowered weapon, seem to seduce us into viewing them as equals. That is Jimmy's construction. In his vision, they are meeting on a neutral ground. He believes he is giving Swansea a fair opportunity to see his vision. But this is the curated aspect of the sequence, and it's one that captures narcissistic logic perfectly. Jimmy believes he is being generous by allowing dissent before eliminating it. When Swansea refuses to buy into Jimmy's final, persistent attempt at controlling the narrative, he believes that this execution is justified and therefore imagines an unbound Swansea simply sitting in place and without movement or sound, accepting what must be done. But looking past Jimmy's delusions lies the real message that we can take from this scene, the message Swansea likely conveyed in his final moments, and that still exists in this reconstruction. Jimmy so blinded by his own self-delusions and narcissism that he does not erase it from the timeline. The reality is that Swansea can look at his worst self without rewriting it. Jimmy cannot. I got nothing to hide, ready to face the music. I can see myself for what I am, but you, a cowardly, selfish motherfucker, and you can't even see it. I think the reason that Jimmy can allow this sentiment to be the final punctuation to the speech is that he clings so desperately to his mental reconstructions that for him, Swansea's final words are just evidence of his inability to grasp what Jimmy must do. In Jimmy's mind, Swansea just needs to accept that he has narrative control, and that is worth more than bodily autonomy or biological survival. Swansea's story of tragedy, ugliness, and unembellished self-acceptance means nothing in the face of Jimmy's sanitizing revolver. He literally says the words, "We're going to make it," moments before pulling the trigger. This scene positions Swansea's character as a polar opposite to Jimmy's. Jimmy survives by displacing blame, reframing, constructing new narratives, and recentering himself as both necessary and important, even in moments where he is lacking or actively destructive. Swansea survives by exposing his worst self without embellishment. The irony here is that Swansea's speech is a warning, a story about chasing relief that never satisfies, endless effort that never delivers fulfillment. Jimmy engages in a relentless pursuit to make everything make sense in relation to his version of reality, to make everyone agree with him no matter the cost, and to ensure he is remembered as the hero of the story even when he is the villain. Just as with addiction, satisfaction never arrives no matter how far Jimmy escalates when this relentless chase is met with resistance or questioning. The irony is that Swansea's story exposes that a person can choose to look at their worst self rather than force others to live in misery. Jimmy's response is to kill the person who pointed that out. Through this framing, when we understand why Swansea embodies so much threat and horror for Jimmy, a more disturbing realization can begin to surface. Jimmy, like many abusers, relies on false equivalence. His sustained abuse, assault, and murder are not coping mechanisms, lapses in discipline, or tragic byproducts of a difficult life. His refusal to take accountability is a damning nail in the coffin, but the violence itself is deliberate. It is not a mistake that can be reached by Swansea's confession, because they are not the same. Jimmy might like to think he is presenting an image of two broken men, equivalent but unable to agree, but ironically, his curated version of events only further exposes just how different they are. Swansea's harm comes from losing control, Jimmy's harm is about exerting it. Rather than the prevailing message being that striving to be better is difficult and unrewarding but still necessary, Jimmy hears, goodness is unnecessary if you can just control how people remember you. This manner of thinking is not compatible with a shared reality, and so it is unsurprising how entirely his perceptions continue to unravel and distort from here. He walks away from Swansea's body, the truth of the terror, helplessness, and cruelty of his demise, left sanitized but not lost, as the aftermath contains its tragedy. The hallways are darker now, wider and impossible, the echo of his footsteps feeling mechanical as they drone on, crawling deeper into the system, now under his version of control. Jimmy has become one with the machine, but his nightmarish visions of the world still ask us to see him sympathetically. A monstrously giant Curly watches him from beneath the grate floor. Blood soaks the walls where eyeballs begin to protrude and quiver from cold metal, ever watchful and fixated. A vessel that was not made to support flesh begins to embody it, and again machine-like sounds combine with something visceral like spilling guts. Suddenly, the suggestion of this machine becoming flesh is consummated as the industrial textures of the hall are transformed into a soft, fleshy gullet. The sound of breathing howling harshly by, life reduced to relentless mechanism. Jimmy emerges into a sparse landscape born from metal and viscera, entering here from inside Curly's prized open mouth. This giant reconstruction of his head is subdued, blinded, and missing its lower jaw. A disturbing reflection of Jimmy's fantasy, a fantasy that extends beyond the incapacitated Curly who seems to represent it. A fantasy that his crew would not see him, would not move, could not speak, mouth ever open, not needed to be forced apart, ever prepared for function and unable to act on needs or wants. Receptacles forced to hold his harm, indistinguishable from inanimate steel. He approaches another version of Curly, strapped to a chair and covered in valves and screens, a body reduced to operation. In front of him is the television set, now showing a clip from a 1950s short cartoon, Mother Goose's Birthday Party. The clip shows a decorated cake being delivered to the titular party, though interestingly, it omits all context.
The baker man, he served the cake, it was a sight to see.
In the full cartoon, every fairy tale character has been invited to celebrate, all except the big bad wolf,
So I'm not invited, eh?
who decides to hide inside the cake as part of a plan for vengeance. This short snippet cuts off the moment before the wolf emerges and begins wreaking havoc on the guests.
It was a sight to see.
When suddenly the wolf popped up and said,
I'll fix you all for not inviting me.
His unshown actions only proving it was right not to invite him, no matter how angry and disgruntled he felt about it. This mirrors Jimmy's bitterness and dissatisfaction that his actions lead to consequences, and rather than face those, he instead obscures or reframes the behaviours which he makes no effort to change. Interacting with this frozen scene of the cake brings up the option to take Curly's leg. Cake becomes flesh here once again and closely mirrors the corpse party scene in which Jimmy's cannibalistic metaphor fully metastasizes. In fact, these scenes seem to be one and the same. In the corpse party version, amidst the imagined praise and applause of his dead crewmates, Jimmy equips the knife with the intention to get the job done and begins slicing into Curly's leg, distributing the chunks of flesh between each plate. As Jimmy slices, Curly's screams are reimagined as a harsh, whirring sound, not unlike a machine. As the knife drags back and forth, repetitive mechanical clangs can be heard behind the whirring, though the further Jimmy gets, Curly's true sounds of agony and horror begin to rise, not replacing the mechanical, but becoming one with it. From this moment here on the table in place of the cake, to here beneath the floor and merged with the walls, to him strapped to the chair as part of the machinery, Curly is slowly being reclaimed by Jimmy again as a mirror. But now Jimmy sees it as a broken one, not a silent, perfect reflection, but one whose cracks risk exposing something unpleasant that still needs to be sanitized, redistributed, and digested. After serving up slices of Curly's leg, Jimmy makes his speech, in which he again re-establishes hierarchy, but in a very telling way. The compliant crew members, puppets of his own creation, repeatedly refer to Jimmy as captain in his fantasy, tracking with his desire for title and authority. However, when Jimmy begins to address Curly in his speech, the only crew member he addresses directly, he refers to him as his captain. In this scene, he has his cake and eats it once again, living out the fantasy of control and recognition without responsibility. He gets to be the exalted and revered captain while remaining the victim at the bottom of the ladder at the same time. His speech focused on suffering under Curly, in whom he roots a one-dimensional vision of someone ungrateful and lacking in empathy for his subordinates. With no one left to refute his claims, Jimmy bolsters his unsympathetic reading of Curly by using collective language like we and our, constructing a new narrative that paints himself as a mouthpiece for the dead crew, as if they are a hive mind that all think and feel the same way. What Jimmy has done here is to perform a hideous bastardization of Swansea's speech. No longer his perfect mirror, Jimmy instead constructs a story that projects what he identifies as being the worst parts of himself into Curly and forces him to hold responsibility instead. This is at its most overt when he accuses Curly of thinking that life isn't even worth living at the same level as us. A sentiment we have explicitly established belongs to Jimmy. This one sentence is the driving force behind every single action, every escalation, every move he makes. Life is worthless and without meaning unless you have near omnipotent levels of control over others. He has never been able to share a human experience or exist on the same level as anyone else. The closest he came to it was to express how he liked that he and Curly were in control. Jimmy has taken this inability to share reality into the literal by deciding who lives and dies, the evidence of which sits around the very table he is at the head of. This line belongs to him. But when he projects what he perceives as the worst parts of himself into Curly, his broken mirror, he can not only choose to forgive him and in tandem offer the mindless hive mind crew's forgiveness as well, he can continue to believe in him and frame his actions, now existing outside himself, as sympathetic and distributable as he serves up this harm-made flesh to be consumed as sustenance. Through this, he not only absolves himself without having to first address he is responsible for the harm, but he continues to justify his casting as the hero, victim, and narrator of the story all at once. As the camera detaches to show the once animated corpses in their true state of lifeless erasure, Jimmy insists once more that they are going to make it through this, before calling back to the previous bizarro cake scene with Curly, where he makes another twisted attempt at false equivalence. Curly had tried to teach Jimmy the benefit of finding solidarity in the human experience. Jimmy now repurposes this, likening the cannibalizing of his friend to finding beauty or meaning in a lackluster or dark moment. Just the mundane turning of a cog to digest the harm and move forward to a better day. Curly must be force-fed his leg, which Jimmy reimagines as a puzzle minigame. Every failure resulting in his regurgitation of the piece, which must be stuffed through his insides, now mechanized through these screens, over and over until it is digested and out of sight. Harm-made flesh, repurposed as survival, as nourishment. After Curly finally swallows his slice of leg, Jimmy returns to the television set, seeing an image of himself upon a vast backdrop of space. We can control him from this third-person view, walking him off the edge of the small screen until the image takes over our own. Here in the endless cosmos, Jimmy has reached the final stage of his psychological collapse. His denial collapsed with the crash, his dehumanization collapsed with Daisuke's needless death. His projection collapsed in the reality of Swansea's murder. His narrative reframing collapsed before the corpses at the table. And his final moral inversion collapses in the grotesque act of cannibalizing Curly. We have reached the bottom rung of the ladder, where reality has become too contradictory to sustain Jimmy's hero narrative. This is Jimmy abandoning the very fabric of reality entirely. In the distance sits Curly engulfed in flames, the only being who Jimmy can safely invite into this space, his ideal narrative partner, one who cannot resist, contradict, speak, or leave. Imperatively, this is also a person for whom he hungers for the respect and admiration he receives. In many ways, Jimmy craves to be something like Curly, but due to his inability to see him as a full person and his lack of true empathy, he can only project fantasy over him that creates narrative rupture when the natural complexities of his personhood interfere. This leaves Jimmy leaning into his bitter jealousy that how Curly is seen is how Jimmy feels people should see him. Jimmy does not interact with people. He assigns them functions in his own narrative. Here, his version of Curly's shared human experience is as abstract, cosmic, and controlled as one will have come to expect. Similarly to Swansea's confrontation sequence, Jimmy projects a tolerable version of Curly into this brief exchange. This exchange is meant to be a final attempt at constructing a story by blurring himself and Curly together. This adds a further layer to his final act of moral inversion, where cannibalizing becomes an attempt to merge. Where emotional reality cannot be shared, it warps into a twisted melding and consuming of the physical. When Curly starts by saying, "I want to go home," and Jimmy can only respond with, "We are home," it immediately establishes this space as non-neutral, though Jimmy is attempting to frame it in that way, just as he did in the confrontation stage with Swansea. Curly's desire to leave is allowed to be expressed, even in fantasy, because it must be first expressed to be corrected. This is Jimmy filling in the mirror's cracks, attempting to share a fully internalized disaster as reality. He is establishing that return no longer exists. There is nothing beyond the endless bounds of his narrative prison. Critically, there can no longer be separation between these two men. Jimmy can still imagine a Curly that longs for distance, and in the face of it, reasserts his final chapter is to be their permanent unity. He then frames this unity as a shared heroism, a tragic but ultimately noble journey survived by a captain and his loyal second-hand man. This complicates the next lines, which are a blurring of Jimmy and his projection of himself, reflecting back to him in Curly's broken mirror. In this confrontation, he recognizes there is a villain in this story, a role which he imagines Curly offering to play, taking responsibility for the fact he could have stopped it. An inciting incident is identified, boiled down once again to the crash. A disaster becomes a vague mistake that can only be referenced with imprecise, singular language. Jimmy then drops to his knees before this burning Curly, reclaiming the story once again by insisting he does not have to be the villain, that they can in fact both be heroes, a team. What happened was an accident. We were trapped. A chronic and pervasive pattern of behavior is not only watered down and detached from its perpetrator, but is contained inside a single line that could never hope to hold the expansive mass of truth it tries to conceal within it.
I made a mistake, all right?
His final minimization marks the ultimate fracture. This is the closest he will get to admitting fault, though his complete inability to name or take meaningful ownership over his crimes, harm, malignant abuse, or responsibility reveals something even more horrifying than the actions themselves. In some capacity, Jimmy understands all he has done. But here, at the end of all things, he still cannot let go of his own selfish desire to be revered. He apologizes not for any of his actions, but to his fantasy version of Curly, the version in which he has rooted only the fault he can reframe as forgivable. Jimmy apologizes to the only person who can still function as his mirror. This cosmic meeting is not about repairing harm, but rather repairing the fantasy that sustains Jimmy's mythologized identity. Curly continues to burn. In this vacuum, even suffering is repurposed. He is the idol of Jimmy's perceived martyrdom. Curly's bodily sacrifice is no longer evidence of intentional cruelty, but the cost of their shared heroism. Jimmy kneels before him not to seek forgiveness for his sins, but to sanctify his own story. This moment is framed as profound, a captain and his co-pilot finding a meaningful, otherworldly ending amongst the rubble. But it is fabricated, dramatized, and unearned. Jimmy continues to repurpose human beings for his own use. Daisuke the tool, Swansea the obstacle, Curly the mirror martyr. But even now, one person refuses to fit inside his system. One cannot be sanitized or repurposed. Anya. Jimmy believes he has finally unified the story with Curly, but the illusion cannot hold the magnitude of what he has done. Beneath the apology, beneath the heroic fantasy, beneath the carefully minimized and unlabeled mistake, something remains unspoken and unseen, something that cannot be absorbed into metaphor, accident, or tragedy. The truth.
System failure. System failure. System failure. System failure. Hello, Jimmy. I see you.
Jimmy is returned to the vents of the ship, more body-like now than ever. The emergency foam now appears in mounds of red, as if the bulging lining of an organ, vents coated in organic membranes. This is the deepest layer of Jimmy's bizarre recreation, where something of Anya resides, but notably not her physical being, a space where he will try to sanitize truth. As he turns the corner, he is faced with his final and most horrific nightmare recreation, a monstrous, disembodied womb embedded into the side of the vent. On a medical trolley lies the objects which represent Anya. Where Daisuke had his fleeting flower and games, she is reduced to supplies and function alone, ironically embodied by the painkillers that ended her existence. On the shelf is an ultrasound scanner, its description simply stating, "Take care of it." Even in the sequence dedicated to her, Anya herself cannot be seen, cannot be recognized beyond her function in the system and the organ that contains evidence challenging Jimmy's self-mythology. Jimmy's misogyny runs so deeply that the avatar of his most heinous act is not a woman holding the unimaginable cost of his actions, but a birth canal with eyes, of whom he is the terrorized victim. Following the thudding of a heartbeat, Jimmy must scan the uterus, landing on a pair of fetuses, not human but horses. As the scanner discovers their squirming bodies, the classic ultrasound heartbeat amalgamates with a machine-like screeching. In his deepest layer of sanitization, pregnancy is mechanized and dehumanized as something external, a part of the ship rather than a body, something to be managed and rinsed away by indirect confrontation. As the scanner discovers each body, they fade into oblivion. Once again, this is another bastardization of Swansea's survival mechanism, where he faced the worst of himself. Jimmy only believes he is doing so. Jimmy does not face the true consequences of his actions here. Anya's experience, her suffering and erasure remain unfound. He faces only what he can see through the lens of his own fears and desires. The fetuses represent a threat to his authority, a contamination that must be erased, an institutional humiliation for him, not a human harm that he inflicted upon Anya. This is a harm that cannot be reframed or redistributed, though he tries to in an abstract way by imagining the fetuses as horses, just like Polly the Pony Express mascot, suggesting he sees it as a product of the system's failure rather than his own. To Jimmy, the horror exists only in how the pregnancy poses a direct risk to the fantasy of himself as the revered captain. Nowhere is there an acknowledgement of the devastating violation enacted upon another human being, one that created a life and irreversibly changed the trajectory of Anya's world. Those lives now ended unconsidered. Her previous words, "You think I wanted this either," exist in a space beyond exploration because it would require recognition and sharing. His final descent is not a return to reality, but rather a doubling down. He simply does not see Anya as human. As the fetuses are erased, the mechanical sounds are replaced by the cries of a human baby, which quickly merges with a rising, urgent siren. Jimmy's retroactive erasure is simply not possible. What has already been done cannot be unmade. Symbolically, Jimmy attempts to erase evidence here, consequence, even the act itself. He wants to avoid confronting his crime by silently navigating this mass, making its contents disappear without direct confrontation. However, here in the depths, his own fantasy no longer allows for a clean reframing. The canal opens, and from it bursts the uncontainable.
All clean. Really gets rid of that bad taste in your mouth, huh? Through wreckage. Through silence. Wash it away. All day, fire fresh. I hope this hurts.
A deformed string of coagulated polys form the centipede-esque child, born from Jimmy's warped vision of a womb. In this sequence, the act of pursuing and being pursued feel indistinguishable. These are two monstrous forms chasing each other. Neither are accurate portrayals of the truth, and neither can exist nor cease to exist without the other. This is the ultimate domain of Jimmy's constructions, a domain that cannot bear the weight of the truth he tries to hide within. Fittingly, inside this clean vent without any hint of anything resembling human function or flesh, Jimmy faces only what he can bear to face and what the system has enabled him to create. A manifestation of his own perception. Bodies reduced to combined mascots that only move together, either stagnant and silent or automated like a machine. This is a self-generated nightmare loop that still functions to avoid responsibility. The pregnancy cannot be abstracted into something monstrous and mechanical because it has a body which Jimmy still refuses to humanize. Anya. Jimmy is transported into a hallway of identity cards. Anya and pre-Crash Curly's cards are obscured, unable to be faced, incongruent with what he wants to reimagine or rewrite. If Jimmy cannot make the pregnancy biological and human, then he cannot truly face it. But if he makes it biological and human, then his story of heroism cannot survive. If Curly is recognised as a complex being outside of Jimmy's fantasy projection, a man and not a burning idol that sanctifies Jimmy's story, then again, his story of heroism cannot survive. Sanitization has run dry. This is Jimmy being pushed into the ultimate corner. As he reaches the end of this hallway, he wades through piles upon piles of empty bottles of mouthwash. There is nothing left to rinse with, only a bad taste remains, and the rot begins to fester. Crawling up from the depths, Jimmy finds the final stage of confrontation. The platform is decorated with medical equipment, items signalling a space where part of Anya resides, again still unseen. The invisible labour, the body upon which institutional failure lands but offers no recognition or support. Jimmy reduces her to beds, plastic gloves, pills, and empty bottles of useless sanitizer. Floodlights blast on one by one, revealing mountains of these barren bottles. A single spotlight illuminates the Polly statue standing atop the pile, and in Anya's signature blue text, the statue begins to speak. Jimmy's descent has not ended with the nightmarish vision of a womb or the dehumanized horse centipede child. It has merely shifted into a quieter confrontation. Polly addresses Jimmy in language he understands, the language of hierarchy and labor, and entwines it with something more human and familiar. Referring to him as both boss and old man suggests that this is the tolerable form consequence can take. Polly embodies the child, the company, and Anya all at once and begins an inescapable dissection. Even here at the end of everything, the language of rank and status is the most cutting of all, as Jimmy attempts to sever Polly's authority.
Pony Express is dead, and so are you.
If the system no longer exists, if the evidence of his harm is gone, then it cannot judge him. If this voice is but a garbled echo of something that no longer holds agency over him, then Jimmy is free to dismiss its accusations. So he thinks. But instead of being silenced, the statue continues, pushing the metaphorical scalpel ever deeper into Jimmy's internal narrative. It is precise and unyielding.
I know what you think of this predicament of yours. Poor you. It's misunderstood.
Polly says,
Polly is articulating Jimmy's internal narrative, describing it as he understands it himself, a tragic story of a man caged and misunderstood, victim to circumstances beyond his control that others simply refuse to see clearly. Polly is edging towards a truth that would collapse Jimmy entirely, but is interrupted by an intrusive screen, acting almost like a psychological censor here. The backdrop shifts to a night sky, Polly further away now, uncontrollable, unreachable. The moon large and looming behind him, watchful and immutable. The stagnant sunset of the big picture screen has finally shifted, this marks an inescapable end, though Jimmy persists, launching into the same narrative reconstruction once again. That Curly tried his best, that Jimmy tried his best, that Curly is the better man, and Jimmy's recognition of this, that's the key to absolution. If Curly is the better man, Jimmy can still be that noble second in command. If Curly is preserved as captain, then Jimmy can still be the victim to a flawed structure, not the flaw himself. Ultimately, Jimmy still remains the author of reality in his own supposed self-reflection. His apology follows the same logic, with promises to take care of Curly and take responsibility. But these promises are detached and once again curated. At their core remains Jimmy's prime objective, to preserve the sanctity of the story in which the harm had meaning and purpose, because it meant these two men could survive as tragic heroes. Anya remains missing. The cause of collapse remains missing. The assault, the pregnancy, Jimmy's persistent dehumanization, Anya herself, even just the basic physical form of her body, is absent from Jimmy's confession. Even now, he claims to understand his mistake while fixating solely on his fantasy version of Curly as witness, judge, and mirror.
Curly. Captain. I'm so sorry.
You really mean that, Tom?
Yes. Yes, I do. I fucked up. But I can still make this right. Our worst moments don't make us.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Is all of that is true? Now are you also concerned with me?
Why are you still so concerned with him? Holly here represents something Jimmy cannot fully contain. This is him being cornered, every method he typically reaches for being disallowed. The irony of Jimmy attempting to repurpose Anya's hopeful belief about humanity in the one moment he is doing everything he can to avoid humanizing her is palpable and sickening, though it makes Polly's disruption particularly satisfying. Everything is whittled down into a single, eviscerating question. If Jimmy truly takes responsibility for what he has done, why is he still so concerned with Curly? This is total narcissistic collapse. The question, deceptively simple but immensely exposing, uncovers the central contradiction that Jimmy has not been able to resolve in his nightmare version of Anya. Even in the womb of total psychological and narrative dissolving, even after constructing elaborate reimaginings of Anya's pain, attempting to repurpose it as his own, even after elaborate performances of guilt, punishment, and apology, Jimmy exposes his inability to step off the ladder. His attention remains fixed on hierarchy, where his version of Curly, one he has unified with himself, remains that central character, the person to whom apologies are offered, fault is admitted, who must be reconciled with. The person whose survival Jimmy repurposes as evidence of his absolution. Polly's question destabilizes everything Jimmy has constructed throughout the game. If his recognition and apologies are solely directed towards the only person that can act as a mirror, then their purpose is not an expression of true remorse. Their purpose is to preserve some version of the identity he has built for himself, to maintain the illusion of a story focused on male loyalty and heroism rather than sexual violence and the systems that enable it to happen, the men that fail to act or recognize its systemic roots, and the discourse and warping of realities that bury or scrutinize the victim's humanity and experience. Polly is not direct, does not name Jimmy's crimes, as he still exists within what Jimmy is capable of hearing or feels he can still reframe or refute. However, he does reflect Jimmy's own logic back at him until the contradictions become impossible. Polly exposes the structure of Jimmy's thinking without needing to be explicit, because his logic is already as structurally impossible as the bizarro sequences it creates. The question reveals what Jimmy cannot admit. Even at the end of his world, the axis upon which his moral universe turns remains another man. Anya is still displaced, only here in hints and traces of what she has been reduced to. This confrontation cannot be with her, and so instead becomes a confrontation with the impossibility of fully erasing her. The scene bleeds away, the question lingering unanswered. Jimmy has already made his decision. Jimmy carries Curly from the party table and through the ship, his plate of leg now cleaned and absorbed. He walks into utility and places Curly's body into the cryopod. During the transition, our perspective moves from Jimmy to Curly, ending the game through his eyes.
It's okay, Curly. You're going to be okay. You always had my back. I ended up hurting you even though I was trying to save us. But now, you'll survive. Like you said, together, we can fix anything. I'm just proud I got to be your friend and co-pilot, Captain. No one can hurt you now. We fixed it. I fixed it.
His final words, a correction which recenters himself once again as hero. Jimmy walks away from the window, leaving Curly alone, unable to move save for turning his head, unable to confirm or refute Jimmy's framing or decision. The sound of the revolver, the full stop to his faux heroic rhapsody, is the last thing we hear before the cryopod begins to freeze Curly's mangled body. The insistence that this is survival, that this is Curly no longer hurt, that this is fixing things, is a truly haunting distortion of reality to be left with as the credits roll. Like Curly, our experience remains frozen in this final scene. We cannot alter Jimmy's resolution, cannot refute his retelling, and we know in the unlikely event Curly is ever found, the truth of what happened on the Tulpar will remain sealed inside a single, voiceless body whose autonomy has been scraped down to the bone. In this moment, I clung to Polly's final confrontation, a statue standing where a woman's body should be, Anya, a mangled voice in place of her honest words, Anya's words. The stage of her indirect confrontation becomes the most honest and exposing moment in the entire game, not because a genuine confession emerges, but because this is where the realization finally dawns. That you, the player, are being handed the responsibility to pluck Anya's story from beneath the steel, blood, and empty bottles. As Jimmy leaves us with his last perception of the story, and as we sit helplessly within the body of a man who once had the agency to act, now long gone, the importance of ensuring Jimmy's words are not the last weighs heavier than ever. We are the last witnesses who have a voice, and we must speak. I knew Mouthwashing was going to be an intense journey when I heard whisperings that its story contained narcissistic abuse. Though I did not know to what extent this would be the focus, it's one of the reasons I took such a long time to actually sit down with it. Jimmy's character, the behaviours he engages in, and the tactics he uses are painfully familiar to me, as is the constant reframing of the story that unfolds around Anya, retold and sanitized and twisted and lost and digested over and over. With good or bad intentions, she falls through the gap either way. The way the game is presented almost mirrors the experience of being close to someone like Jimmy. The fawning, the rationalizations, the distortions, self-doubt, the impossibility to reach them with humanity or empathy. The self-annihilation of remaining in their version of reality. It's an honest reflection of something I imagine many have found themselves faced with. Whether they were a Daisuke, Swansea or Curly in that person's story, or whether they were an Anya. The devastating effects leave scars that can only fade. But what is truly special and desperately important about Mouthwashing is that it is appropriately horrifying, pervasive, and impossible to neaten. Complicity is not normalized or softened, even in the final moments. The takeaway is also not that everyone is bad, but rather that silence is not neutral and has consequences. It also refuses to aestheticize male suffering, even though its two central protagonists are men. Jimmy is not redeemed or justified. Even though he believes he is a hero, we are given enough information to know better. And as we sit inside Curly's view at the end, helpless, alone, and destroyed, we are left with the consequences of surviving in a world in which we turn a blind eye to suffering. The lone survivor is not glamorized or empowered, but his end is also not framed as a righteous punishment either. Curly was an everyman caught in the machinery of complicity, at the helm of a system that rewards silence and punishes harm. But he was also blinded by loyalty to his friend, a friend who could not even share in his reality. Blinded to the point that he did not see his experience could be met with solidarity and care from everyone else around him. And most crucially, that this solidarity had the power to save multiple lives and prevent ongoing harm. What makes Mouthwashing resonate with players at home, far beyond the boundaries of its own narrative, is the clarity with which it exposes the multiple structures that allow harm to take root. The ship is falling apart before it ever collides with the asteroid. Pony Express is exploitative and fosters an environment rampant with potential for abuse before it is ever discussed by the crew. Jimmy's behaviour is not a sudden rupture, but a pattern he followed from way back on Earth and simply continued deep into space. All of it was always there, and the checks and balances that should prevent such a disaster are instead designed to ensure the dead pixels are never exposed. There are no fairy tale villains here. Harm festers quietly, operates through exhaustion, hierarchy, familiarity, and silencing. By placing the player inside this slowly suffocating structure that is built to collapse, the game dissects how these systems and individuals acquire the power to exploit and abuse, whilst remaining undetected, unscathed, or difficult to name, sometimes even admired or looked up to. By presenting the story like this, it repeatedly invites us to step outside the perspectives we are given, to imagine the actions we might take, to condemn or question what we are being shown, and to honour the reality of characters who would otherwise remain silent memories, frozen in an altered snapshot. The crew's attempts to endure or resist do not save them, and at times are misrepresented or erased by Jimmy. But even so, Mouthwashing never treats those efforts as meaningless or without value, even when they come too late. Instead, it reveals the cost of resistance inside structures already collapsing in on themselves. In doing so, it transforms the quiet unease that hangs over the tulpar into something visible, undeniable, and real. What felt intangible at the beginning and what was warped or altered throughout becomes impossible to ignore or look away from by the end. In a game that relies on concealment and silence, recognition and discussion become the greatest forms of agency. Seeing players recognize Jimmy's character or explicitly label and recenter Anya's experiences tells us that the true story cannot be erased. Stories like this, whether in fiction or reality, need witnesses brave enough to reach into the shattered reconstruction and just stop at nothing to find the truth. In the end, the game leaves us in discomfort for a reason. The discomfort, as Jimmy insists, we are the heroes who fixed everything, is deliberate. There is a reason this hurts. Monsters do not exist. Their horrors do not emerge from the walls or manifest in stark, nightmarish visions of steel and flesh. They are friends, co-workers, bosses, family members, strangers, and they rarely act alone. But they thrive in quiet spaces where no one speaks, where no one dares to collapse their stories. In its absence, in its burial, Mouthwashing leaves a space for us to decide what we would write. Whether it's starting to question someone who has been erasing our story, or asking ourselves, who do I want to be? Someone who speaks up, or someone who contributes to harm? And to those who felt stirred by Anya's experience, there is a life beyond the oppressive steel walls of someone else's reality. If these hours trapped in the tulpar have taught us anything, it's that out here, we still have a voice. Thank you so much for watching.
Three, two, one.
Oh wait, are we actually recording now?
Yeah, we're recording.
I thought we were practicing.
No. You're like, we're just doing this for fun. Take just a little bit of this, not too much. And a little bit of this, and I'll hold it up. Grab it close to the camera and like this, so it just kind of rolls down.
I'm like there. And then, yeah, I'll come and do my job again. Let's do a little bit of
I don't know if I started laughing. I think I managed.
It's fine if you did.
I think I managed to keep it together long enough. That was so funny. Okay. Alright. Nice.
Like,
now I look really short.
What?
Okay, that's fine.
I even made this cone. It's like secured with fragile tape, and I got the red light going, and I'm all dressed for a party as well. So we're really getting in the mood. Clinging to the corporate bones. Blah 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 blah. That was so good. The only sound you'll be hearing is the crumpet. Now your face hole is fire fresh. Let's remember. Suited and booted.
For a few of these, it's a prolonged shot, so I'm going to need you to just keep. That's